It being 10 o'clock, we will call the Finance Committee meeting to order on the 17th of April. And the first bill before us is Senate Bill 311. And I want to recognize the sponsor, Senator Regina Birdsell. Good morning, Senator.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. Good morning, committee. For the record, my name is Regina Birdsell, State Senator for District 19, which encompasses the towns of Derry, Hampstead, and Windham. And thank you for hearing Senate Bill 311. This bill makes an appropriation to the Department of Health and Human Services and the town of Hampstead to offset the reduction in taxes from the state's acquisition of Hampstead Hospital. It appropriates $154,000 in fiscal year 2025 for the purpose of distributing funds to the town of Hampstead to offset the impacts on that town's tax base from the state's purchase of Hampstead Hospital. The bill requires DHHS to make a total payment to Hampstead of $191,166 in fiscal year 2025. And the remaining $37,166 would need to be allocated from the department's existing appropriations. I would say it was supposed to be in the budget. Otherwise, I wouldn't have to be here, but it got missed out of the budget. So I'm here submitting Senate Bill 311. So if you have any questions, I know Nathan is back here from DHHS. He can kind of go into a little bit more detail.
And he will come and testify to us. Any questions for Senator Birdsell? Representative Popovici Mueller.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Senator, for taking questions. Obviously, the bill only allocates the funds for the current budget year. Is it the intent to have this as a one-time appropriation to ease the unexpected transition of the state to state property, or is there a thought that this should be a more long-term appropriation?
I think every year it has to, like I said, it was supposed to go into the budget for a 2-year period. So for the next, this year and I believe next year, I will be submitting it. And then next year it'll go into the budget. But we have to recertify it, I believe, every 2 years.
Thank you.
Further questions from committee? Seeing none. Representative McGuire.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Senator, for coming. Does the state in the budget do similar things for other properties the state has purchased?
They do.
Thank you.
Further questions from committee members? Seeing none. Thank you, Senator.
Thank you.
We'll next call on Nathan White, Chief Financial Officer for the Department of Health and Human Services.
Good morning, members of the committee. Nathan White, CFO with the Department of Health and Human Services. I'm going to provide a little bit of context and background just for the members. On June 8th, 2022, the department acquired Hampstead Hospital. In state fiscal year 2022, the department, with Governor and Executive Council approval, previously made approximately $176,000 payment to the town of Hampstead to address the increased costs and also the loss of property tax revenue. I think it's important to understand that a town cannot tax the state. The state is exempt from that. In state fiscal year 2023, we also made another $178,000 payment to the town of Hampstead with Executive Council approval. And the amount that you see here within the bill on line 4, the $191,166, this is the approximate amount of the property taxes for the 3 parcels of land that the state acquired this year. And that's why that number is so precise. A portion of the funds was included in the department's budget for Hampstead general funds. And that's the difference between the $154,000 that's being appropriated here versus the total amount that the department will pay, which is the $191,000 to the town of Hampstead through an unencumbered payment request.
Thank you for that explanation. Representative Telersky for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. White. We just heard that the state does this for other buildings or pieces of land they own. Two-part question, can you give us an example of one of those? And number two, is that just an ongoing payment that goes into the budget, and maybe it's sort of, not that it's buried, but we just don't see it as a normal budgeting cycle?
Sure. So to answer your first question, I would probably defer to the Department of Administrative Services on other agencies that make these type of payments. This is the only type of payment within the Department of Health and Human Services budget. But ultimately, I would defer to the Department of Administrative Services. They have much better awareness what other agencies are paying for. When it comes to the budget, we did during the Senate phase, the Senate Finance Committee had approved an appropriation that would have shown up in the current operating budget. That is not in the operating budget. When we submit the state agency budget for state fiscal years 26 and 27, that will not necessarily be part of the efficiency expenditure budget or the base budget. That if that was included, that would be a prioritized need. But ultimately, that is a policy decision that I will defer to all of the members of finance on.
Representative Heath for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. I find it somewhat precedent-setting. I would ask, does the city of Manchester get reimbursed for YDC being in the city of Manchester? Do you know?
No.
The city of Berlin, they have a state prison. Do they get reimbursed?
No.
Thank you very much.
Further questions from committee members? Representative Petrie and then Representative Stringham.
Thank you, Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And why not? Why do, that would be the next question. Why doesn't those cities get?
Well,
reimbursement?
I think you have to look at the history associated with this. So the Department of Health and Human Services and the state acquired the organization, the Hampstead Hospital, in 2022. At that point in time, there were discussions with the town during the acquisition process relative to the impacts, because ultimately, this is going to have some impact on the local town finances. And there were discussions at that point in time to address that through these payments. And as Senator Birdsell indicated before, this payment would be for state fiscal year 25 for the remainder of this biennia. After that point in time, I think it would ultimately be a policy decision that the legislature would need to decide on.
Representative Stringham for a
Would it,
question.
would it be fair to call this somewhat analogous to a payment in lieu of taxes, a pilot payment?
Yes, some people have referred to it as the pilot for the acronym relative to that. Yes.
Okay, and you referred to some things outside of Health and Human Services. Since some of us just went to Glencliff, did the town of Warren or Benson get any pilot type payments for the Glencliff facility, and anything for New Hampshire Hospital for where that is?
No, not for Glencliff. There's obviously a very long history there, dating back many decades. So I don't know what discussions occurred at that point in time.
Okay, and New Hampshire Hospital is, and I don't know if that would be analogous or not.
No, New Hampshire Hospital is a little unique in the sense that our first responder services, we have state police through the Department of Safety, through an MOU with the Department of Safety, through which we compensate state police for providing those services on campus.
Okay, follow up?
Follow up?
Do you have any comments on why it's in the overall state interest to make these pilot payments to Hampstead?
I think that question is starting to delve into policy. And again, I would kind of look at the history here where the state acquired a hospital with acquired a hospital mid-year that has a significant impact on the local town's finances. And ultimately what had been decided and through negotiations at that point in time was we would make those payments, which we have done for the past 2 years. And as Senator Birdsell had indicated, Senate Finance had voted to approve this into the budget. Obviously, there's no committee at conference this past year. So there was no discussion between the House and the Senate on that topic. But again, this would be a decision for the members.
Thank you.
Further questions for this witness from committee members? Representative McGuire.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. What was the condition of the hospital when the state acquired it? Was it an ongoing business? Was it empty? Was it something?
Sure.
else?
It was owned and operated by a private organization from which we acquired it.
Follow up?
So it was full of patients and so on, so now the residents of Hampton have to go even further when they need a hospital? Is that?
It was a children's psychiatric hospital. So,
I
so the major difference, which I believe the commissioner and our deputy commissioner have discussed with a number of members of various committees, has been we've seen a change in the census relative to acuity. We are, rather than some of the children that are there now, rather than being sent out of state, they're now being treated at Hampstead Hospital rather than being moved elsewhere.
Thank you.
Further for this witness, then the next witness will probably enlighten us a little more because Representative Guthrie is also a selectman, may have been in on some of this negotiation. So if there's no further questions for Mr. White, I'll call on Representative Selectman Joe Guthrie. Probably should have taken you in different order. Morning. Get your red light on. There you go.
Thank you. Just for the record, I'm Joe Guthrie, representative from Hampstead, and I'm here really with the other hat, which is that I'm a selectman in Hampstead, have been for a long time, and I'm also a member of the planning board. So our understanding is this is the only way that we can get any money in lieu of taxes. And when we started out, that's the way we were trying to present it to the executive committee. And when at the first time we had a payment, which thank you very much, by the way. And this is a facility coming into our community in that although they purchased the Hampstead Hospital in the very near future, they're going to expand that. So we see a real impact on our town. And as I say, this is the only vehicle we have to get the funds as a tax offset, if you will. So we appreciate very much that you're taking this under consideration. It came through the process with unanimous support. We think that it's fair that this facility coming into our community should participate in assisting the town in the costs of services that we will provide for them.
Having represented Hampstead at the time, I believe there was negotiations with the town by the HHS to
Yes.
see if it would be supported by the town. Because
That's correct.
if it had not been supported by the town, they may have gone elsewhere. But one of the reasons the town supported it was because you've got a lot of acreage there to do fire protection on and police.
Yes,
protection.
it's an ideal place
Yeah.
for the hospital. I personally think the selection was good. The only concern we had was the impact it was going to have on our community.
Right. So I'm glad you're here with the experience of that negotiation. Any questions? Representative Popovici Mueller.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Representative Guthrie, for taking questions. Same question that I had for Senator Birdsell. Is this meant to be a one-time payment to ease into the transition, or do you see this as a permanent replacement for the property taxes that you would no longer be able to charge?
Well, because of the process, it's pretty hard to forecast what's going to happen. But my understanding is this is for for 2 years, and then we have to go through the process again. This is the only vehicle we have for funds, and the town will be making that request to our senator at that time.
Thank you.
Follow
So
up?
just to confirm that I understand correctly, it is your intent to continue seeking such appropriations on a ongoing basis.
We hope to make the request,
Thank you.
and hopefully it would be done if this goes forward.
Thanks.
Representative Petrie for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Do you think that this is going to attract any other ancillary businesses because of the facility?
Whoa, that's pretty hard to say. I would say maybe it could very well. We have the wherewithal to provide any services, particularly commercial services, that the hospital might need. But what will happen in the future if this will? I don't see this impacting on any commercial interests in the town.
I do recall at one of the hearings, there was a woman that was in a butter that was also had the contract for landscaping. I don't know whether that would continue or whether the state would have their own employees doing that. So that was one area that she was fearful of losing that contract, and I guess she probably has.
Yeah, well, I can understand that. She is in a butter, and you know, she's talking about a business concern, but she had a number of concerns being in a butter, and she had a opportunity to voice those as we went through the process.
Yeah, I remember that. Representative Hacken Phillips.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Representative, for taking my question. I just want to clarify one of your earlier statements about the negotiation period leading up to the acquisition by the state. Am I correct in understanding that you said the condition to sell was reliant upon the state's ongoing commitment to make these payments?
I'm sorry, I don't understand.
Was it a condition of the sale that the town would be relying upon the state's continued tax payments?
Not my understanding. It was something we had to negotiate. We had to go through the executive council with the help of the Health and Human Services Commissioner, who at that time would supported the request, but that was the only vehicle we had.
So just a quick
Follow-up.
follow-up. So then the town did not make the decision to sell the location based on the understanding they would be reimbursed for these tax payments?
No, in fact, you know, it was just almost a taking, and the town was not involved, except that we went through the Health and Human Services as a negotiation after the fact, after it was purchased. But there was an investigation as to the site, and there was a lot of discussion about that. It was determined Hampstead was the best location, but there was no commitment. In fact, to tell you the truth, we were sort of mad as hell, if I could say, as a town. You know, here comes something, and we had no way of reimbursing. All of a sudden, we found out we couldn't tax the state. So
Sure. And just a quick follow-up, Mr. Chair. So it's fair to say that the town was not a party to the transaction, so that this contemplated future payment of tax reimbursement, kind of making the town whole, was not within the arm's length negotiation of the actual sale itself.
not the sales, no.
Thank you.
Representative Tulerski.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Representative, for taking my question. Can you speak briefly as a member of the local board about the impact of recent necessary visits to the property by emergency response and town response by police or ambulance? I think I heard that the city has had to respond to a number of incidents, and I'm just curious if there is a price tag you might have for any of those.
Well, there have been some incidents, and you have to realize the state has just purchased a hospital. That's a small part of what it's going to be. There's going to be another large facility there, so it's going to expand. And The state, my understanding is nearest state troopers station is in Epping. That's sometime, you're talking about maybe a 20-minute time frame to get to the hospital. So in all essences, our own police and fire have had to perform any services. So it's almost it's a local facility being serviced by the local police and fire.
Follow up.
Follow up.
So just to connect the dots, though, if there's an incident at this property, local first responders need to respond for the safety of everybody, and someone has to pay for that, i.e. the town. And this bill would help provide some necessary funds that don't have at this point in time.
Well, I don't, as far as I know, on the town side, there has yet to be an evaluation of what the impact is going to be. But we know we've already had to put additional police on staff.
Okay.
We've added 2 police officers, which we probably would not have.
Okay.
It's kind of a backdoor thing. You do something, you say that's why you did it. But they are together. We did add at least 2 police officers. And our ambulance service is going to be stressed. I think the contract we have now went up to something like $300,000 for ambulance service, not just for Hampstead Hospital, but for the town.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Representative Leishman for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thanks for taking my question. So I had served on a nonprofit board, and we used to pay the municipal share of the taxes to the town. It's like a good faith effort because of the impact that this organization I served on had on the town. Do you know if that $150,000, is that the entire loss of taxes, or is it the municipal share, or both the school and municipal assessment of that property?
My understanding was a calculation of the tax rate and the what we were getting, what the value of the property was. It was like a backdoor thing, and it was an estimate. I can't really thought it was low. I think it was when we originally were looking at it was over $200,000, but it was just a calculation that was made based on our tax rate and what the impact would have been if we could tax it, which we couldn't.
Okay.
And we have other, like there's a organization, Tell Noah, is in our town, and they pay us in lieu of taxes. We can do that with that kind of a concern. With the state, this is the only vehicle we have.
Okay, thanks. Thanks, Mr. Chairman.
Representative, do you recall, was Hampstead Hospital the largest property taxpayer?
Oh, I know they're not, so, but I don't know what the rating is. But they were not the largest taxpayer in town.
Thank you. Further questions from committee members? Representative Heath.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a quick one. Do you know if the New Hampshire State Police, have you set up an agreement with them to help out in terms of the needs that occur at Hampstead? Because there have been many, it seems, just watching the television, it seems like they're always, your local police or the state police are going. Is there an agreement with the state police to help out to mitigate your issues?
Well, it's in their district, so it's their responsibility. But there's no, you do one thing, we'll do something else for you. It's not like that. It's their responsibility, it's in their district.
I think there's also the likelihood the sheriff might be called. Sheriff's a little closer than the state police, but not much. But both of them are fairly distant. They're not in the same town, 3-4 towns away. So, further questions from committee? Thank you, Representative.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for giving me the opportunity to come before you and make this request.
Appreciate your expertise.
How big's Hampstead?
This is about 9,000 people in Hampstead. So, okay, if there's nothing further, we got a 5-minute break until we get to Senate Bill 347, scheduled at 10:30. And I'm waiting for pink cards for the people that wish to testify on that bill. So 5-minute break, folks, and then we'll start again at 10:30. Thank you. Testified. Thank you. There is no opposition to this bill at this point.
Concord wanted it.
Thank you. Representative Leishman, you may want to talk about, I'm going to meet at the lunch break with the division chairs. I know, that's what I want division chairs to hear me. That we'll meet, so if you want to schedule something for next week, we want to get it in the calendar today by 1 o'clock. So we'll have a quick meet by the division chairs, vice chairs at around noon, or whenever we break, to discuss if you want to have meetings next week. I think most of these bills are going to go Division 1.
I'm going 6.
All right. The people that are here to speak on Senate Bill 347, relative to infrastructure appropriations for reimbursement to the city of Laconia. The sponsors are Prime is Senator Lang, then Senator Gray, Senator Carson, Senator Innes, Representative Moffett, Representative Borders, Representative Bogert, and Representative St. Clair. Anybody seen any of those folks? All right, then if, I'll ask Representative McGuire to introduce the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. I'd like to introduce Senate Bill 347. It appears, I have not read it, but it appears it allocates $3 million for this biennium to the Department of Administrative Services to pay to the city of Laconia for expenses related to public water, sewer, and road infrastructure related to the former Laconia State School campus property. So I will not answer questions. Thank you.
Very good. All right.
You have an amendment for this?
I can make a comment on this.
All right. Representative Irv.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I'll point out that the Senate actually takes really good minutes of their meetings, and there is, you can find on our court website.
All
general
right,
court
if
website.
everyone will listen up, then Representative Irv's going to give you a brief of what happened in the.
No, and I'm not going to read it to you. I'm just going to tell you that you can go find the Senate minutes for this bill on the website if you're interested in the details of what's behind it in terms of who said what about it during their
You see
public
any-
hearing.
See anything significant?
Oh, you want me to read it?
We've got time.
All right. So this is Senator Lang's testimony. This bill would use $3 million from the sale price of the Laconia State School project to offset infrastructure costs for the city of Laconia as needed to develop the project. The project is slated for 1,000 homes, 400 of which will be affordable housing. The goal is to reduce potential impact fees. Normally, the city would charge the infrastructure costs as impact fees to the developer. That cost, in turn, would be added to the price of the new homes. The anticipated infrastructure costs will be both water and sewer. This is a step we can take as new money coming to the state, currently not earmarked for anything in particular. Love that one. SB 347 FN does not write a check to the city of Laconia for $3 million. Instead, the Department of Administrative Services would hold the amount in escrow. The city would then submit invoices to the department up to the $3 million for those infrastructure costs. That's from Senator Lang. Andrew Hosmer, I hope I have that pronounced correctly, is the mayor of the city of Laconia, and he testified in favor. This is a significant project. The parcel of land has been under state control for over 100 years. Hopefully the sale will close within the next couple of months. These funds will support over 400 units of affordable housing, similar to a TIF district, and I don't know what that is.
Tax increment funding.
Okay. It will only be funded once properties have been built, and you've been able to segregate some funds. I assume by you, he means the state. Been able to segregate some funds and put it into the TIF account. This bill allows the city to do so. They will partner with the developer, and upon the sale, the proceeds would go to the state. Probably we need him here to really explain this. This will enable the start of some of that infrastructure work that needs to be done early. The City Council, Laconia City Council submitted written testimony to members of the committee. I don't have that. Senator Gray inquired as to the state's asking price. Mr. Homer indicated it was an open bid. The winning bid was $21.5 million. The state will receive a net of $20 million. $16 million was allocated for another project last year in the budget. Maybe that's where Senator Lang is talking about the $2 million that they haven't figured out how to spend yet comes from. Senator D'Alessandro stressed his concern for this project. The closing date on the sale has been pushed off numerous times, as we all know, I think. The bidder needs to deliver on what it bid. It is a very valuable piece of property. And Senator Lang again stated the governor and executive council expect the sale to close by the end of January. Well, they obviously missed that. They're still working on it in case you're not aware of this. Mayor Hosmer offered the closing was postponed to January 15th. It's been postponed, I think, 2 or 3 times since, which was sort of a drop dead date where they kept it alive from the governor and executive council. He understands the state has not completed some of their obligations regarding due diligence. The closing may very well get pushed into February, and now here we are in April. So that was it for the testimony. There was no testimony opposed or neutral.
Thank you very much. We now know a lot more than we did when we first introduced the bill. Thank you. What I'll do is we'll go into recess on this bill, and if anybody shows up that says, oh, I'm here for 347, we'll open that bill again if there's time. What's that?
Can I bring up this other thing?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I just wanted to briefly talk to the committee. I handed out this piece of paper, House Bills with Significant General and Education Fund Costs. This is just a subset of what Mike Kane sent you. He had a more detailed spreadsheet, but this is sort of the big ticket items. I believe there is one big ticket Senate bill yet to come, which with like a $60 million allocation for YDC for the lawsuit asset thing. So, but the main thing I wanted to talk about is how should we proceed from now forward? Because if we just sort of pass bills willy-nilly and not have some kind of grand total, I mean, the reason the budget works, to the extent it does, is we both pass it, but then we get together normally and work out the differences so that the amount we have meets the amount we spend. But these are all individual bills, and so we don't really have a mechanism for saying, okay, the grand total we have to spend is X, and the amount of these bills has to be X or something less than X, right? So my suggestion to the Senate, and I'm not sure they've taken me up on it yet, but is that for any Senate bill we pass or any House bill they pass, we should never pass it OTP. We should always pass it OTPA with some kind of an amendment. And then the other body should say, okay, we want a committee of conference on this. And then in it, we could have a kind of joint committee of conference for put together all the bills and talk about them as a group, if you see what I mean. So that's my suggestion is, if it's a really trivial bill, right? I mean, if it's $100,000 or something, that's fine to OTP. But if it's one of these or something big like that, millions, then I think we should always OTPA. Obviously, if we want ITL, that's no big deal, right? But if we want OTP, my suggestion is find some kind of an amendment, and that way it allows the process to continue, and it allows us to get together with the Senate and look at the grand totals. Thank you.
Good suggestion. When we got finished with all the bills last Thursday, and that's why I was trying to get the 1560 off the table so we could fund the ones that needed general fund, which most of those were 25 to 0 that we passed out of the House. And there was 70 million that were only could be funded with general fund, 79 million that could be funded with education trust fund or general funds. So there's 149 million there in those 40 bills. Now we're looking at 22 bills of the 100. So I think we sent 307 to the Senate. And do you remember the number coming back over? It's 100 and something. Was it that high?
The number of Senate bills now in the House committees is 177.
177. So they're, somewhere around half. So obviously, if we add up all these bills when we get done and see what the totals come to, and take another look at what is actually in the surplus, and the surplus may be more or less than what we heard of a couple of months ago. So we should not spend more than what is there. And then I suppose we're gonna hear in fiscal on Friday that the spendthrifts in the Sununu suit want another 60 or 70 million, which unless it's coming in other fiscal years, I don't think we can give them. So we got one on 347 yet? Oh, we do. Okay, good. That was you. Thank you for filling that out. So anyway, those are the issues as I see. If anybody else sees any other issues, I appreciate you bringing all that up. These are the things we're gonna have to keep in mind as we look at these various bills and think of ways they could be reduced or could be put off until the next budget. Those are the things we'll have to keep in mind as we go through all these demands for money.
Mr. Chairman.
We've already passed several. Representative Emmerich.
Yes, 546, 1583, and 1656 would be coming out of the Educational Trust Fund. So there are funds available for those three outside of general funds.
The money will be coming in from them.
Yes,
Where's it coming from?
the trust fund,
Oh, well,
the Education Trust Fund.
yeah, that's all the money is. That's what I say. 79 million was from Education Trust Fund of the bills we passed Thursday. But 70 million was from the general fund.
Right.
When we began all that anticipation, we were going as high as 200 million because we believed that was the surplus. And so we were kind of massaging all those bills to get it under that 200 million. And we were successful, but now we've got to be faced with what's coming up next. And as Representative McGuire points out, these are all going to be negotiated things. And we're going to go over to the Senate and make sure that they don't just, because I had a brief conversation with the chairman of the Senate Finance, which was unsatisfactory. I don't know if he was serious. I said, we're sending you a bunch of bills. You want to discuss them? We'll just kill them all. So if that's the kind of reaction we have, then
Well, we can do the same over here, though.
we could do the same. But, all right. If there's nothing further on 347 or on the process going forward, we'll take a break until 11 o'clock when we'll be looking for Senate Bill 393. Again, I'll put out one call for Senate Bill 347. Anybody wishes to testify on that? Otherwise, we'll recess it until sometime later today and if somebody shows up. We're in recess. Thank you.
That's,
There's his. Okay.
All right, here we go. 396.
yeah, I think that first one's.
Any of the sponsors here? Yeah, yeah, but who else?
Enough money in the director list?
Thank you. It being 11 o'clock, we'll call the House Committee on Finance to order, and we'll be hearing now Senate Bill 393, and we'll call on the prime sponsor, Senator Abbas. Welcome to House Finance.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I'm Senator Darrell Abbas. I represent District 22, serving the communities of Pelham, Salem, Axon, and Plastow. I'm here as the prime sponsor to introduce Senate Bill 393. Many of you may be familiar with the water, infrastructure projects that have been done in southern New Hampshire over the last few years. As written, this is for phase 2 of that project. Phase 1, and to the credit of when phase 1 was done, a lot of the piping that was laid was done in anticipation of phase 2. You really wouldn't have had a phase 1 without a 2. So there was a lot of cost savings there. But right now, I know for at least Salem, the water rights have already been purchased. It's really just completing the infrastructure that would deliver to that community 1.2 million gallons of water per day. This could also service Hampstead, Atkinson, Plastow would benefit. Obviously, Derry would have benefits as well. And there's a lot, and Windham actually could potentially receive benefits too. I know they weren't as receptive of the potential of water initially, but I hear they're warming up to it. But when it comes to water supply, you hear a lot about housing, you hear a lot about ways we can improve our infrastructure. You can't do that without utilities. You can't do it without energy. You can't do it without water. It's a necessary part of the future. So in Salem, we take a lot of pride in saying this. We led the way in housing development throughout the state, but part of it is to continue those efforts. You do need utilities. Right now, our two main water sources are Canby Lake and Arlington Pond. In the summertime is when Canby Lake is drawn from. That's a natural spring-fed lake, and then Arlington Pond, it's a man-made lake. Normally in the wintertime, switch over. There's been some contamination issues with Arlington Pond. The new guidelines from the federal government with PFAS aside, which my understanding is the levels are around 6 to 8 parts per trillion. They just came out with a saying otherwise that 4 parts per trillion is a problem. But that issue aside, you had a silent bacteria problem as well. The residents could not swim in that lake for most of the summer, and I believe that they were delayed when we switched over to that water supply. And we normally would do that around mid-October. We actually delayed it. And the reason for that, we were able to delay the switching over because of the heavy rain. Canby Lake's levels were at a sufficient level. However, one of the concerns was whether there was even an ability to filter some of that water. Now, the cause of the cyanobacteria problem, there's several factors that contribute to that. One of them, I understand there's no municipal services in respect to water or sewer up in that part of town. We call that North Salem, where I live. And I'm not saying that there's an appetite to put those services there. However, we don't have a sufficient supply to even do that if we wanted to. It's not even a conversation to have. You can't do it. I know with some of the development we've done, we've been very fortunate, but to continue and finish off a lot of this, having a sufficient water supply is necessary. If anything ever happened with Canby Lake, which my understanding is the PFAS levels in there, again, when they're not alarmingly high, but they're over that 4 part per trillion. And that's the main water supply for the summer months. But again, I live on that body of water. I see how low it can get drawn down if you have a drought season. So is there a water shortage? I would say no, but it wouldn't take much for that to really come to realization. But I think when it comes to future developments really in southern New Hampshire, we cannot continue to do it without the water. Now, there is I did email the committee last night of a suggested amendment. So phase 2, there's a lot of, and some brighter minds will talk about the price tags of how that phase could be done. There was some thought of perhaps breaking phase 2 into 2A, 2B, and 2C to break it up over time. This project's going to take several years, so perhaps what we don't want to have happen is we sit here in kind of a stalemate, waiting around and not doing anything meanwhile, when you have a problem, you can't say we didn't know about it. So we have an opportunity now to get ahead of things and make sure that there's sufficient water for everyone. There's some talks about also raising the lake level in Manchester. I know there's a lot of moving parts here, and there's some better minds that can speak on this than myself. But I will say that when it comes to the future developments, at least in southern New Hampshire, I think investing in infrastructure that includes clean drinking water is a necessity. So, and I'll take any questions.
Thank you, Senator. Questions from committee members for Senator Abbas? Senator Petrie, then Representative Petrie, then Representative Emmerich.
Here you go. See? Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, Senator Navis, my old seatmate. And is there already a program to help municipalities to take care of their water situations?
So there's some, when it comes to, now just to clarify, you talk about cleaning contaminated water or?
No, this is municipal water. New sources when a well goes dry, they have to find a new well, and the whole, our town is going through the same thing right now, and I don't think we got $25 million from the state to help us out.
So the issues is when this project was done in the first place, you had two phases to it. The first phase was already done, and the water rights were purchased by each community that was part of the project. So that was paid for at the local level. And then a lot of the money that went into this, it was federal funding. And the suggested amendment does divide it up between the general fund and some opportunities for federal money as well that we're trying to work out here. But this is, when I said there's an opportunity, not because your well went dry, that we're not talking about one or two properties here. We're talking about an entire region, the water supply, and not just the wells going dry. We're talking about future developments, future housing. To really get into that and to really make a commitment to that, it's really hard to have that conversation without a guarantee that those resources will be available. I understand not every community has an appetite for housing developments and all that. Southern New Hampshire, Salem, where I live, has shown that appetite, but to continue that progress forward without assurance of having the resources available would be irresponsible. There would be you would eventually hit a wall there. So there's also, contamination issues. There's funds right now set up at the state level where you can get some money through some contamination issues. But the total phase 2 project, we're talking can be around $30 to $40 million. That's why breaking it up over several installment, making phase 2 basically 3 parts might be the best way to go.
Follow up. All right. Yeah, now I lost my train of thought. Boy, that's bad. Isn't
That was my goal.
That,
Keep talking till you forget.
that was a goal. Okay. I'll pass.
Representative Emmerich for a question.
Yes, my community is serviced by a private water provider. Are these grants and or loans available to private water suppliers?
I'm not sure the answer to that, but I can look in and try to get a. I think the overall is really it's the infrastructure as a whole. I don't know if the private developer can apply for that. That I can't answer.
Thank you.
Do you remember?
I remember, Mr. Chairman. Where's this money coming from?
So the suggested amendment does leave some money. It's for some federal funding. It's a combination of that, and then you have the trust fund already that's set up with some of the money relating to PFAS contamination, which I will say just recently the guidelines that came out by the feds would put both of Salem's water supplies over that 4 parts per trillion. We are asking for some money from the general fund as well.
Representative Abel.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much, Senator. Could you clarify how phase 1 was funded of the project?
I think most of that came from the trust fund in the first place. I'm not 100% on where it all came from. this was something that Senator Morse really championed as when he was in the Senate and got this going. And now this is the next phase. So to me, I think it's an obligation to carry that through. But I know when that trust fund that we have now with a lot of the PFAS money goes, I believe some of it came from there. It's the commission that Representative Boyd now is the chair of.
Representative Cambrils for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Senator Abbas, for taking the question. The federal funds that you mentioned that may be available, are they tied to or dependent upon us giving you money from the state?
So, thank you for the question. I think it's the other way around. I think we actually have to pass this first. If they go to them and ask them for money to set it aside on the condition that we pass legislation, that's not how it would work. I know there's been a lot of effort from a lot of different individuals contacting our federal delegation to try to get some commitment on what can be done. Because again, we hear about housing, we keep hearing about this, and they keep talking about how everyone wants to help. And I'm telling you, one way to do that, we need to have the municipal services. The communities that aren't interested in putting these housing developments there, I mean, that's a local control issue that they make that choice. But when you have communities that are buying into that and are actually contributing towards making more housing, I mean, Salem alone, I can't give you the exact amount, but they're building 300 units right now. They've already built, I would say, close to 1,000 units on top of single-family homes. They just approved it. The planning board just approved another 6 units to go across the street from the Tuscan Village. So we're doing our end in that community, but at the same time, I think keeping those municipal services is needed. And there's a lot of benefit that the state as a whole gets from that. I mean, the increase in economic activity that leads to more revenue from also, whether it's rooms and meals tax, whether it's people coming here for business profits tax. There's a lot that goes into that. Obviously, the property taxes, both at the state and federal, state and local level. There's a lot of different benefits the state has, but to continue to ask communities to do it without sufficient resources, I don't know. I don't see that going forward anymore.
Thank you.
Representative Popovici Mulder.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Senator, for answering questions and for testifying. I'm trying to better understand the equity, right? Investments in infrastructure that are paid from state money should try to, benefit the state overall. And obviously, building a water pipeline is a, regional project, right? In terms of community support, being from Windham, I haven't really monitored this closely, but yeah, I would probably bet that as the lower standards on PFAS come lower and lower, there will be more of an appetite. But I'm trying to understand communities like that have been hugely affected, like in the Merrimack area. Do they have access to the same resources? What can we do for other parts of the state so that everybody has, similar opportunities? There is a way to argue that, higher density communities need water first because they are more likely to strain their local water supplies. But just what are your thoughts on this whole picture for the state?
So you said it well when you said it's a regional project, meaning if you're asking, let's say you want Salem or Windham or one town to really pay into it, the problem is this pipeline, it coming out from Manchester, it's going all the way down, it comes through Derry. You need the communities to buy into it, which is one part of it. So when it comes to where this should go, I know right now when it comes, Hudson, Londonderry also had some issues. This project, and I think some other people that will testify after me can talk really about the details of this, but there's not a single community that doesn't have the opportunity to get relief from the state in trying to deal with their water supply issues. But again, this takes a commitment from a lot of different people and entities, because you need the water supply, you need the developers, you need the community appetite, and then also people want to know what's the water going to be used for. People aren't going to just send a water supply without any direction of what's happening with that water. I mean, so I think they're trying to target and balance that out. Salem, we have a population of over 30,000 people, all right, and we're still growing. I mean, I said 300 units are being, they're building that as we speak now. So again, we're growing as a town, but I mean, Windham's grown a lot significantly. I know Derry is grown and not quite the same rate as Salem. Now, Hampstead and Atkinson and Placer, they have some contamination issues as well. So again, it's really tough for some parts, some places to improve or do any type of development without having the resources. I know Windham, they were not necessarily supportive of the water. We're not putting any strings to this, that you have to have lot size requirements or you have to do this. We're just saying this is the water supply. We want to trust the communities to use that water in the right way. And they're going to buy into it. So that's how that works.
Thank you. I just want to point out that Windham did not approve the warrants when they were asked to actually build a pipeline, but we did pay for water rights through the system. I remember personally dropping that check off because it was too big to mail, in my personal opinion. So that was a fun card trip with few millions. What's a few millions between friends? And I do appreciate the willingness of Salem to build. I know that a lot of the times people want housing built, just not in their communities. It's kind of refreshing to see Salem build it in their own town.
And maybe people won't give Windham such a hard time if Salem had some water to build some more housing.
Committee members.
Good luck. Thank you.
We're halfway through our allotted time, and we have 3 more people to speak. You may hear the answers that you might have looked for if we can just move on to the other.
The experts are behind me.
That's right. Thank you, Senator.
Thank you.
Next call on Commissioner Robert Scott from Department of Environmental Security.
Thank you. For the record, my name is Bob Scott. Again, I'm Commissioner with the Department of Environmental Services. I've asked the engineer who's responsible for, the DES engineer who's responsible for the Phase 1 as a project, as we were discussing, to sit up with me. He's passing out our testimony letter. So really quickly, again, just to ground everybody, the Southern New Hampshire Regional Water Connection Project, or the Phase 1 part of that, again, is moving water from Manchester Waterworks as a participant through Derry, a portion of Wyndham, with Pennachuck Waterworks, Salem, and Hampstead Area Water Company with Atkinson going into Plastow. That initial phase was for roughly 1 million gallons a day. That was funded primarily through the Drinking Water Groundwater Trust Fund, the communities themselves, and a lot of in-kind work with the communities. So, Salem's a good example. They were actually doing managing a lot of that work to have the upsizing of the pipes and put new pipes in, and again going with a franchise into Wyndham. The project, as mentioned, Phase 1 was sized for a future flow. We had identified before we started what the long-term needs were for that area of over 3 million gallons per day. We approached this with what I will call a no regrets policy. So what we did not want to see is during Phase 1 we put pipe in, and then a couple years later we're digging it up again. So we intentionally, I think, we're being smart to economize as much as we can. Some questions regarding regarding PFAS. Obviously, last week EPA announced new, more stringent standards than we currently have in the state. That puts that whole area of the state in jeopardy because a lot of the water supplies are now not going to meet that standard. So that was envisioned. We weren't always on the same page as EPA, to be blunt, but they were signaling 4 parts per trillion for a long time. So as far as water needs, there was the general ask to these communities, what do you think you need in the future? And added with we can see that you're going to need more because of your water supplies are contaminated. So there's a couple aspects to what's talked about, and I'm talking now to Senator Abbas's proposed amendment. And that's important because we were asked in the Senate. I'm providing information, to be blunt. The department's not taking a position on this, but we do think it definitely would be beneficial to the southern part of the state. Is the ask by phasing it? We were asked in the Senate, can you phase this? Give us some information to phase this. We provided in what we just handed out with with three phases. Senator Abbas referred to A, B, and C. So talking to that, the first page of that handout indicates what we would potentially do if we did a phased approach, and that would call for notionally 7 million from general funds and 6.5 million from a combination of the trust fund and other federal funds that we're trying to secure. So to answer some of those questions, I'm hopeful that that helps. And what that involves is basically debottlenecking upstream of many of the communities to allow that greater flow. So things like addressing pumping, addressing storage tanks, addressing needs for the chemistry as increase the flow. And one of the other issues, and we're trying to secure federal funds for, as part of that greater need, mostly because of PFAS contamination, is Lake Massabesic. So we're trying to secure federal funds to raise Lake Massabesic. If we raise it a foot, that's one of the storage, one of the primary feeds for Manchester Waterworks, who's feeding this whole system right now. That would provide 1 billion cubic feet of water additionally by raising that for a foot. That's probably, at least in my experience, for a couple $1 million, that's probably the best bang for the buck we're going to get anywhere. So that's part of the project. Where the Southern New Hampshire project doesn't necessarily feed Londonderry, raising Lake Massabesic would secure more water for Londonderry, who's very heavily impacted by PFAS contamination. So with that, I'm certainly here to answer questions. Again, the department's not taking a position on where this money should come from. I would argue that we have a good track record of putting, to the extent we do get money, I think we put to very good use in these projects.
Representative Popovich Mueller.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for being here to testify. I was looking through the handout that was just distributed, and one of the things I noticed is that while most of the new pipes would be laid in Derry, by providing a second path to Derry, you would be able to make more water available to the communities downstream. Obviously, again, being from a town that already purchased the rights to a certain allocation, does that mean that there will be a future opportunity to reserve more, rights to water in the future as the project gets completed and the availability increases? And if so, what would be the timeline so that I can let my town know when to prepare to consider such a issue?
Sure. That's a great question. So I'm going to answer you, and then my expert's going to correct me if I get this wrong. So the allocation, what the representative's talking about is Manchester Waterworks has a capacity fee. So if you want to reserve their capacity, you make a payment, and effectively they use that to then get more sources of water eventually. And Wyndham has paid for a certain amount. My recollection is, as we did this, that MSDC it's called for Manchester, what you purchased was assuming the 3.1 million of the build out of phase 2. Is that correct, Mike? Not quite. All right. I knew I wasn't going to get there.
So, Wyndham and all the partners have purchased the water rights for phase 1. And then there is an agreement in place called the SIA, Southern Interconnect Agreement, that lays out the allocations for phase 2 if and when it's constructed. And that would be the time when the partners would have the opportunity to purchase that additional capacity. So the timeline really depends on the funding.
If I may follow up?
Follow up.
Very briefly, assuming the funding goes through as planned, which is an optimistic assumption always, but let's assume that. What kind of timeline are we looking at? What's the most optimistic timeline for those decisions to have to be made by the towns?
In design and construction's at least 2 years, 2 to 3 years. So in that time frame, and certainly the partners would convene. There's a board that meets on a somewhat regular basis that all of the towns and water suppliers are a part of, and they would definitely be convening that group to start that discussion.
Thank you.
Can we have that witness fill out a card before you leave, one of these pink cards? Representative Edwards for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So one of the towns I represent is Auburn, and Auburn basically has Lake Massabesic surrounded. And of course, the lake belongs to the Manchester Waterworks. But as a courtesy in the past, it seems like there's been really good coordination between the waterworks and the town of Auburn. Do you know if anyone has been talking to the Auburn selectmen, or would this be a surprise to them if I were to talk to them?
I can't answer that directly. I don't know what communications there's been. I know the only activity right now for Lake Massabesic is Manchester Waterworks is going through a study to make sure to kind of nail down if we were to do this, or if they were to do this, to be blunt, what would that look like? What would be the cost? So we have some notional costs, and also easements and what would be the impacts, and so I would trust and hope that Manchester Waterworks, if they have in the past, which I assume is communicated with the community, I don't know why they wouldn't be doing that now, but I long answer to say I don't know the answer if they've communicated that yet.
All right, thank you. Follow.
You have follow-up?
Okay, and because the residents of Auburn are so protective and so concerned about Lake Massabesic, it's the center of our town. Anything that has to do with that, it gets to be of high interest. What I had been told last time I looked into this was that we had completed a water supply line that fed from the river, and that our need or our ability to meet the needs of the communities of Salem and elsewhere were more than adequate for as far into the future as we could look. Is this? I must have heard something wrong, because I already thought that we had a water supply secured for anything we want to do in the southern tier.
So the answer to that is yes and no. First of all, the other thing, to your earlier question, the other thing we can do certainly is the department can make sure that we can request that Manchester is coordinating. So we will certainly do that. I'm not sure I can make them, but I can't imagine they wouldn't. And second of all, so yes, you're talking the water withdrawal. They have a radial well they commissioned, Manchester Waterworks commissioned in Hooksett from the Merrimack River, and that was sized in order to make because people like Wyndham had bought that capacity. That was sized to meet that projected 3.1 million for those communities. What we've seen since is communities like again, the PFAS issue is really thrown a monkey wrench into a lot of this. So we have communities like Londonderry who have a greater need than we expected. We've also commissioned a study in the last year looking at just general water needs going beyond those communities. And again, probably not surprising, we're finding the needs are greater even than we expected. So this adding Lake Massabesic does a couple things, but one of them is it provides a little bit more redundancy. Again, you're correct that withdrawal effectively from the Merrimack does provide a lot more capacity for Manchester Waterworks, but what we're finding is the trend is there's even more demand for good, clean water.
Representative Heath for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. The Manchester Waterworks I'm from Manchester, just a former alderman, so I'm familiar with a lot of this, and the work they're doing is absolutely extraordinary. My question is kind of simple. I just don't understand. How are you going to raise Massabesic level a foot? Or raise what? How are you going to do that? It's pretty full right now.
Correct, and sometimes it gets there anyways, I think. So they use dams to control the water level, and it would be an upgrade to those dams, and then obviously a look at what happens if you do that.
Representative McGuire for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Commissioner. A key consideration for our committee is the source of funds. And all the paper I see in front of me is extremely vague in that regard. The fiscal note says Drinking Water and Groundwater Trust Fund, which I assume comes originally from the general fund, or maybe it's revolving funds on projects that get paid back. I'm not sure. There's the PFAS Remediation Loan and Grant Fund, there's federal funds and local contributions, but there's no specifics. And then the one you just handed out is an additional $7 million of general funds. So can you give us a better idea of what's coming from where?
I'll attempt to do that. Again, I think it's so the trust fund, just really quickly, that was monies that were obtained by the state for MTBE lawsuits, and the monies that were, there are two sets of monies, but in this case, the monies went to the state. A certain amount went to the rainy day fund, and the rest went by statute. You all passed a law to establish the drinking water groundwater trust fund. So that's not, there's no back and forth between the general fund and that, just to be clear. So that's that commission is a 17, I forget, I'm on it, 17 or 19 person commission that makes those decisions for that. So for the funding, again, my understanding, and the senator would be better when the answer, I think we were talking about a combination of funds because that's how we've done things. So there's not been an ask yet to the trust fund, but being on the commission, I know there's, just like you look for the general fund, gee, there's not unlimited resources here, and we need to be careful how we spend it. So again, my understanding was that, at least notionally, it was to be a total for this one phase of $7 million in ask to the general fund was the ask, but that'd be a better question for the senator. And then the trust fund would make up of the 13.5 that you see in the handout on the top block, would likely be the remainder of that. And I know the trust fund commission chair is aware and generally agreeable to that, out with the caveat that the whole trust fund the commission needs to vote on that. And then, as I mentioned, the Lake Massabesic was another $3 million. We're looking at not general funds for that. We were looking at federal funds for that. We're still trying to arrange that. And then on our handout on the next block below, not directly part of providing the extra flow, but riding on that is a developer-funded project at the Hampstead Area Water Company for another $4 million. So what we've been trying to do, just like for the trust fund, is leverage, other people's money, if you will, OPM, to get as much bang for the buck as we can. But this was my understanding, that's the general fund ask for that phase, if that helps.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So are any of these structured as loans? Because often with water projects, they're like a loan that gets paid back to the trust or to the fund when the water gets used by the users and their fees for water. Yeah.
So certainly the appropriation you're talking about wouldn't be a loan if you were to do that with the general fund. The trust fund typically, but not always, is a combination of grants and loans that are paid back. So that would be a discussion. Most likely, though, this would be a grant from the trust fund. As I mentioned too, the federal money for Lake Massabesic, that would be effectively a grant, and the developer's putting money in directly. So he may be taking out a loan to cover that, but that's effectively there. So that's short answer is most of that is envisioned as a grant.
I have a question that the dozen years I've been tracking this PFAS, we seem to keep reducing 70 parts per trillion, 8 parts per trillion, 4 parts per trillion. When you go from 8 parts per trillion to 4 parts per trillion, you don't just double the amount of money. It's quite likely 10 times as much. But yet I've seen no human testing to justify all this. Have you seen any?
As you're aware, Representative, the state, my agency did promulgate a standard. It's been a while now. I forget how many years, 7 years ago, I think, on PFAS, and we were in the teens for 4 of the components, and that was based on we had our own. We hired a toxicologist and a health risk assessor, and we worked with Health and Human Services. EPA's standard, obviously, they have their own science in that. To be blunt, we weren't there. We would have put it at 4 if we thought it should have been at 4. But we did what we did with the best science we had available at the time. So EPA believes they have for PFOS and PFOA, and I don't want to get too technical for everybody, they believe it's a likely carcinogen based on their studies and their experts. That drives the Clean Water Act to say you need to make the standard as low as economically feasible. You may have heard me talking about that in the press. I was on the front page of the Union Leader. I think the costs collectively are being underestimated based on our experience here in New Hampshire, and that would feed into that standard. But short answer is EPA feels that they have that data. I haven't, my people haven't said, gee, it should be 4, it needs to be 4. If we had, we would have changed our own standard. But again, it's a much larger agency, the EPA, than we are
But
here.
again, no human studies to support that number.
Sure, that not that I'm aware of. I understand what you're saying. There is some. They did use, again, I don't want to get too wonky here for everybody. There are some studies that EPA is human studies that they are now quoting in Faroe Islands and different things like that. Again, that's not data that we used.
I would think that before we spend multi-billions trying to get down to 4 parts per trillion, that we ought to spend a few million doing human studies.
Mhm.
And that, so I think it's the tail wagging the dog, and we're getting ahead of ourselves. Finally, we're spending some money in Merrimack. That's the first human study I've heard of. And, you know, and we ought to be doing widespread testing among the population to see what each of us has already for parts per trillion. So,
In New Hampshire, there has been blood testing at around the Pease Air Force Base area also.
have you got the results published anywhere?
Health and Human Services has that information.
Thank you. Further questions? Representative Holt.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In addition to the change of capacity at Massabesic Lake, is there any other large capacity storage facilities envisioned in the plan? So there is daily draw limits, right? But having excess capacity is what mitigates the days where there's peaks in terms of draw. And I wasn't sure, besides Massabesic Lake, does the plan include anything else in terms of bulk storage?
Mike, if you want to try that one.
So, few of the systems, Derry, Salem, Atkinson have existing storage, and then as part of phase 2, there's one proposed storage tank in Derry. That would be the only additional.
Follow-up.
Follow-up?
So of those that are currently in use, where is the capacity level typically at? And are we fully utilizing those now or not?
So the biggest one, well, Manchester has 5 million gallons of storage in Londonderry, and then Derry has 4 in their main service zone. Salem has, I think, 4 million gallons. And the way they're fully utilized, they always fill those tanks to the top, and it's really an operational decision. During high usage days, they'll draw the tanks down farther than on average.
All right, we've got one more witness, members, to finish this up. Thank you, gentlemen. We have Roy Sorensen from Salem. What's for the next one?
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Roy Sorensen. I'm with the town of Salem. I'm also here representing the Southern New Hampshire Regional Water Partners. Mike Unger from DES mentioned that that's the group he was talking about, and those are the folks that are affiliated through the SIA, which is the Southern Interconnection Agreement, which was the premise of this project from the beginning back in 2017-18. Here to testify on a couple things. So this project itself is unprecedented when you look at the relationships between the communities and our relationships with the private water suppliers. That would be the Pennachucks of the world, the Manchester Waterworks, and the Hampstead Area Water Company, HAWC. We also service a section of Wyndham. We took a section of Wyndham as our franchise area, so the town of Salem actually controls and services that section of Wyndham. I don't believe that is the case anywhere else in the state as far as a public water supplier servicing another community. So we talked about a lot of things here today. We talked about capacity. I'll just come back to the question on capacity. Storage-wise in Salem, we have on hand any day, 5 million gallons. That's in our water tanks. That's our additional storage capacity. The question becomes the overall capacity of our current water supplies, Canopy Lake and Arlington Pond. And that's why we entered into this project in the first place, because we had capacity issues and we also had contamination issues. At the time, the spirit of that project was based on MTBE contamination. Since that time, MTBE's kind of taken a back seat, and now PFOS and PFAS, or I should say PFAS, and then in particular PFOA and PFOS, PFOS have taken the primary seat. The southern tier itself, as you've heard today, is growing. We obviously are keen on that, and we keep an eye on that. We also have demand that we're looking at throughout that southern portion or that southern part of the state, which we looked at initially through the studies. The overall capacity was 3.13 for that project. To date, roughly 1 million, as Commissioner Scott said, is coming over the dairy line. And that is built. The issue we're having right now is the ability to pump more through the system to get us to that 3.13. The communities have bought in by purchasing their water rights. Salem itself, we had a warrant article 4 or 5 years back where we levied $5 million of public money to buy our water rights from Manchester. So I'm here to say that this is an unprecedented project in the beginning. If you asked me 10 years ago if this was even plausible, I would say absolutely not. So what is the benefit of that right now? I think you have needs throughout the state, and you're going to see a lot of contamination. And if you're going to continue to follow this model, this is a model project to these other communities to say this can be done. You can have public water suppliers, you can have private water suppliers, you can enter into agreements, including intermunicipal agreements. As an example, we have 3 different agreements we're in right now, whether it's with Pennachuck, with the town of Wyndham, and or the Southern Interconnection Agreement. So I'm here to say that, again, when you look at the need and the funding to put forward for this and to finish this project off, it's certainly going to benefit the southern tier, and it sets the model for the rest of the state.
Thank you. Representative Erf for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. So why would this not be considered as part of the next capital budget so that it could be state's capital budget, so that it could be considered in light of all the other needs, capital needs of the state?
Thank you for the question, Representative. I can't answer that question. I mean, that would be a question for either Senator Abbas.
Any other questions from the committee members? Representative Popovici Mueller.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Not a question, really just a quick comment. I just wanted to thank the town of Salem, for having the flexibility to accommodate Wyndham, because that was a win-win.
Yep.
And, I wish we would see more situations in the state where towns would work together like that, because
Certainly.
both of them benefited from the agreement. But being unprecedented, I did want to express my appreciation for the willingness of the town of Salem to consider that agreement.
Yeah, thank you. Absolutely. So yeah, we did. And part of that was the municipal, I spoke in Wyndham at some meetings as well. And you have some really good leadership over there right now, your town administrator, Brian McCarthy, and looking forward. So thank you.
Any further questions for the witness? Seeing none, I'll read the sign-up sheet for Senate Bill 393. Catherine Heck from NHMA is in favor. Joe Devine, it looks like, from Salem, in favor. Roy Sorensen, who's before us, in favor. Fred Wallace, Salem, in favor. And looks like Doug Alice from Salem, also in favor. That is the list. We'll begin on Senate Bill 393, relative to making, sorry, I'm on the last one we just finished. 396, relative to making an appropriation to the Culinary Arts Program at the Wilbur H. Palmer Regional Career and Technical Education Center. I'll call on the sponsor, Senator Carson. Welcome to House Finance, Senator.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, and good morning, honorable members of the House Finance Committee. I have for the record, my name is Sharon Carson, and I have the pleasure to represent Senate District 14, comprising the towns of Londonderry, Hudson, and Auburn. And I have for your consideration this morning Senate Bill 396, which seeks to make an appropriation from the Education Trust Fund to the Department of Education to fund the repair and replacement of the ventilation and exhaust fan system for the teaching kitchen at the Culinary Arts Program at the Wilbur H. Palmer Regional Center and Technical Education Center at Alvern High School in Hudson. Mr. Chairman, these funds will enable the Palmer Career and Technical Education Center to repair and replace ventilation and exhaust systems in the Culinary Arts Program's teaching system. I'd also like to say that there has been I guess it would best to be called some sort of mix-up and miscommunication between the school district in Hudson and the Department of Education. A few years ago, we had authorized the financing of a new CTE center at Alvern High School, and there was some money left over, approximately between $600,000 and $700,000. The school district made the request of the Department of Education not once but twice if they could spend that money on getting these new hoods. And the Department of Education told them, yes, you can use that money. So they went ahead and they spent the money and they got the new hoods and installed them. But in the meantime, the state went and clawed it back. So now they have these hoods. They had expected to use the leftover money. It was not a line item in the budget. And they were given some bad information. And so now what we're looking to do is to make the town of Hudson whole. This was a mistake on the part of the Department of Education, and it should not fall on the taxpayers of Hudson to make up that difference, because that's, if you choose not to do that, that's exactly what's going to happen, because the vendor, of course, needs to be paid. And I'd just like to add a couple more things. The repair and the replacement will provide a learning space for students to prepare for careers in the hospitality and restaurant industry. And I hope all of you have the opportunity to go to their in-school restaurant. A lot of events are held there. The students do a fabulous job, and many of them leave and they will go on to a culinary arts advanced program, and they're working in our state's restaurants. In its present state, the students can observe a teacher demonstrating, but not really some of those essential skills. The appropriation will allow them to become skilled and knowledgeable in good paying jobs. And I'm just going to leave that here. I'm hoping that that the Finance Committee can support this and rectify a mistake that was made to the school district in Hudson. And I believe there are folks here who could probably give you a lot more detail than I can. So I appreciate your time this morning and all your efforts. Thank you very
Senator.
much.
Questions from the senator? Seeing none,
Thank
appreciate you
you.
being here. So I will next call on Jeff Beard from the Department of Education.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee, representatives. For the record, I'm Jeff Beard. I'm the State Director for Career and Technical Education with the Department of Education. And with me,
Melissa White. Melissa White, Division Director for Learner Support, Department of Education.
And we would ask that you fill out a pink card after you finish. Thank you. Welcome.
thank you. So if it please the committee and Mr. Chair, I'm available to answer any questions around the bill, and I can provide background and context. If you'd like to lead with questions, that might be a good way to proceed, or I can provide a quick overview.
Representative McGuire for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for coming. I was a little unclear from Senator Carson's testimony as to whether this project is already complete, already in use, and therefore this is just paying due to the mistake in how it was going to be paid, or is if we allocate these funds, then the project can go forward.
Superintendent Moulis from Hudson is here. He can provide a little more detail when he speaks, but I believe that it has been completed and that the vendor is asking for invoices to be paid at this point.
Thank you. Follow up?
Is this facility only used by students in from Hudson or from many other places?
I'm so glad you asked, Representative. Career and technical education programs across the state are regional in nature. Hudson has students that are coming from the Milford area, the Amherst area, the London area, Manchester. There are students coming from all over the region for CTE at Hudson. So it really serves above and beyond just the students that are at Alvirne High School. Another thing that I will always, whenever I'm given an opportunity to speak, CTE is a powerful economic driver for our state. Career and technical education students are skilled and knowledgeable. They're the next generation of workers and small business owners in the state. So whenever we think about the regional nature of CTE, I think it's important to keep that in mind, that it also is a really powerful economic engine for all the regions of the state.
I believe there's 16 CTEs.
Representative Weiler, at this point, there are 28.
28
regionals, yep, going from the southern part of the state all the way up to Colebrook.
Yeah, and these are all partnerships between the Department of Ed and the local community that hosts them.
Correct.
They're eligible to take in students from all around. And every 2 years in the capital budget, there's a definite appropriation to ensure that at least 2 CTEs get some money every time there's a rotation, so.
Thank you.
just
We're
wanted
very
that out
appreciative
there.
of
That's
that.
something we've worked on in this committee. Did you have a follow-up?
I did one. So when a student comes from another district, does money come with the student, or and to what how many students are we talking about, and to what fraction are they state funded?
Great question. So the state covers 75% of tuition for regional CTE students. So the receiving high school or the CTE center will charge a tuition to the sending high school students. Then the department does an annual payment every December that covers 75% of that cost.
This is the line that's tuition and transportation in the school budget. This is what it covers for the CTEs and the students coming from surrounding towns. Did you want to say further? Representative Heath.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My question's about the process. Normally, the CTE is kind of like a queue, just as the chair described, and the money comes from the capital budget, and the project goes on. Now, what I think I heard from the senator is that that's how the project was funded, but there was a remaining amount of money that was left, and for that, Alvirne was told that they could go forward, and then the Department of Ed reneged. Is that true?
I can give a little bit more context. So the miscommunication that Senator Carson referred to, that did come out of my office. That is something that I will own and take responsibility for. A former employee was asked, will these funds be available? Her interpretation of that question was, should they be brought forward, they would be available. The funds, of course, as you all well know, are not available until the budget is enacted. So when she heard that question, what she heard was these funds will be available if, and that was misunderstood on the other end. So strictly speaking, the department did not claw back the funds. The department, there was some funds that were unexpended. The department chose to not bring those forward and return them to the state.
Representative Heath.
Now, this money was budgeted for Alvirne. The funds, there were remaining funds, and the local center was told by someone at the department that they were approved, and they went ahead and they did the project. And it was money that had been budgeted for them originally. Am I correct?
To a certain extent, the
Yes or no, please?
yes, but not for the purpose of this specific item.
So to clarify, the funds were going to be spent after the fiscal year. We didn't feel like we had the authority to go ahead and approve that. And so the commissioner had said, no, we will not be bringing those funds forward. And I think that that was the misunderstanding that was communicated by one of our staff.
Follow up?
But this was past the
There's a
fiscal year.
process to approve an extension.
Correct.
Was Alvern alerted to the need to do that?
Correct, yes.
And did they follow through?
That's where the miscommunication, because they felt that they had communicated it to our office, and our office felt that they had communicated that it would not be going forward, that we were not requesting that extension.
Thus, a legislative fix.
I understand the frustration, and we are working to, or we have corrected those internal processes and procedures to make sure going forward that nothing like this happens again.
Representative Petrie for a question.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. How come this wasn't part of the original proposal? You know, to do, I mean, hoods is a normal part of culinary arts.
Thank you for the question. That's a great question. The additional services were outside of the scope of the original project.
And I'll just add, this is a really in the weeds, so forgive me, I won't go too far into it. There are two separate sections in the culinary arts program space at the Palmer Center. There is a commercial kitchen which serves the restaurant. That commercial kitchen has adequate ventilation. There's also a teaching kitchen. The teaching kitchen has a set of induction cook surfaces so that the teacher can demonstrate cooking techniques. Students can then mirror those techniques. That's the area that was lacking proper ventilation. So if they were ever going to use oil, shortening, any kind of thing that needed ventilation, they wouldn't be able to. They would only be able to do chopping, boiling, things of that nature, but no sauteing or braising or some other really essential techniques.
Representative Stringham for a question, then Representative Edwards.
Yes, thank you for taking my question. Given that this money has been authorized and spent, but I guess not paid, assuming the state doesn't and Department of Ed doesn't come in, am I correct to assume that the Hudson property taxpayers or local taxpayers are going to have to come up with this money, or is it going to be subject to a court case, or where are we going if we don't come up with some time-based payment to pay this? If you know.
Thank you for the question. I think that that might be something that we would want to talk with Hudson a little bit more in depth about.
Representative Edwards for a question.
Yeah, thank you. There are other members of this committee that have sat on the finance or the education subcommittee of finance, and they're more expert at this. I'm just telling you my reaction to this is that if there wasn't a clear paper trail on the questions and the approvals and the decisions, and the spending decision was made without clear documentation, I would hope, and I don't want to get into it in a public hearing or ever really, but I would just want to know that from a personnel management perspective, it's good to hear the processes have been cleaned up, but I'd like to know that there was some accountability because this doesn't sound right.
Thank you for your comment. Yes, it has been handled. Thank you.
Anyone else? Representative Popovici Mulder.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for providing details. First, let me remind you that this is a committee that loves weeds, so don't hesitate to get in the weeds. It's our job to, go all the way down there. And I'm just trying to summarize what happened just to make sure I understood it correctly, and I would appreciate it if you would correct any misunderstanding I may have. That the original project scope was completed, there was money left over. Then we had that cross communication where people misunderstood each other, or basically there was a misunderstanding between the DOE and Hudson, as a result of which Hudson in good faith proceeded to complete the project and foot the bills with a full expectation they will be repaid by the DOE, but because of the miscommunication, DOE found themselves without the appropriations to refund them, and this is why this bill is fulfilled to right that wrong. Do I understand everything correctly? I'm just.
Correct.
Oh, yeah, thank you. I just, honestly, there are a lot of moving parts and I don't want to get something wrong. Thank you.
Committee, are we ready to hear from the superintendent? There's no further
Thank you.
questions for these people? Then we'll hear from Dr. Daniel Mullins. Thank you for coming.
Good morning. Thank you for having me here. So again, I'm just going to provide some brief remarks. Mr. Popovich Mueller, good to see you again. Long time from my time in
I
Wyndham.
was going to say hello later, but
And Ms. Heath, I know you as well, so good to see you. Again, I want to thank Senator Carson for sponsoring this Senate Bill 396 FN-A. I want to speak to the importance of the allocation of $672,672.99 to support the upgrade, as mentioned by Mr. Beard, for the specialized ventilation unit at the Culinary Arts Program and Classroom. To be clear, there was a question on this side of the room as far as have these expenditures, these bills been paid? We did have to pay those bills. The vendor expected the work to be done. The work was well underway. By the time we were notified that work had already started. So for the record, I did want to clarify that the project was well under construction, well underway when we were notified of that. Again, I think working with the Department of Education, we're just looking to make sure that that's not going to be paid from local property taxes and just correct that. But we, as a district, did have to pay for that bill to the vendor. As mentioned, the specialized ventilation program by Mr. Beard is on the classroom side of the culinary arts. It is specifically for specialized cooking, such as grease cooking. For the students, and as mentioned by Senator Carson, that helps support students going into multiple different fields in the culinary and hospitality industry. So that is why those specific hoods are needed from a ventilation standpoint and also from a fire safety, fire code standpoint. So that is why that was needed. I'm going to pause there to see if there's questions from the committee.
Any questions from the committee? Representative McGuire.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thanks for coming, Superintendent. How many cook stations are there in this classroom?
Ooh, all right, I'm going to estimate it. I don't have the exact number right in front of me, and I would be more than willing to follow up on that. I believe there are, at a minimum, I want to say 12 or 14. But I can get you a specific number, but at a minimum, there's 14. What happens is students work at those cooking stations. There'll be multiple students working at that station, but they try to minimize at least two to three students per station.
Follow up.
Thank you. Do you think it's a wise use of public funds to spend $50,000 per cook station for something that's being used relatively infrequently?
Well, we do have multiple classes for the culinary, and as mentioned, it's not just one class. And we also have students from Hudson, but also, as I believe as mentioned, Mr. McGuire, in one of your comments, surrounding school districts also are part of our Career Technical Education Center for the region that we're in. And most of those were mentioned, but I'd be remiss to say that one of those that wasn't mentioned was also Litchfield. So Litchfield, Merrimack, Londonderry. We do have some students from Nashua, Milford, and surrounding communities that utilize that. So it's multiple classes, not just one class per day.
Follow up.
Thank you. So, I took such a class when I was in middle school, so I sort of appreciate it, but it just seems like a ridiculously large amount of money per student. Now, one other question. We heard that in general, the state pays 3/4 of the costs of these programs.
Mhm.
Would it make sense then for the state to pay 3/4 of this cost?
Again, that's based upon, I believe, how the formula works. And again, I would defer to the Department of Education. They would understand that much more so than myself. To your other comment, though, Mr. McGuire, we do have other programs such as our welding program and engine repair program, large automotive. There's a lot of equipment, a lot of teaching equipment that is needed in those programs that are costly. And my question with a question back would be, I would hope that this committee would support students that are entering multiple different career pathways going forward, and recognizing that, yes, some of those programs do cost a bit of money for students to access those trades and those career paths.
Representative Popovici Mulder.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and nice seeing you, Mr. Mullis, after quite a few years. I will start by, instead of asking a question, just saying that I love seeing your career growth, and I wish the district would have been able to retain your services, but we were not, able to, and, it's our loss. But in terms of this particular question, what's the expected, lifetime of this equipment?
Yeah, great question. At a minimum, it would be, at a minimum, I would say 20 to 25 years, and they could last longer. Again, with any facilities project, and I think back to our time in Wyndham, with the preventative maintenance, making sure you do the PM work on those systems, they can last well beyond 20, 25 years. If you look at ventilation systems, at a minimum, you can get a good 20, 25 years. I remember my time in Wyndham, we had ventilation systems were a bit older, and with the proper preventative maintenance, they can extend that life.
Yeah. And just one quick follow-up. Would you say that a significant reason of why these items are so expensive is that there are a lot of code and safety regulations that require certain capabilities of the equipment?
That is correct, sir. Yes.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay. Representative Hacken Phillips.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Mullis. Is that right?
Yep.
For taking my question. We heard a lot from the Department of Education about the, process miscommunication and their efforts to resolve that moving forward. I'm just wondering if Hudson's district has also done an internal review of their administrative processes and tried to prevent this kind of miscommunication again in the future.
Well, to speak very frankly, we had emails and correspondence that showed that we could move forward with that process. I do not believe anyone in our district misinterpreted that or misconstrued that. Again, I do think, to Mr. Beard's point, Ms. White's point, there was a miscommunication, but we had every reason to believe to move forward. And from an internal standpoint, I don't believe the district has done anything wrong. We moved forward based upon the information we had.
Further from the committee? There being none, we'll close the hearing, and I have the sign-up sheet, and only contains Dr. Mullis's signature in favor. So
Thank you.
That's all we have in this committee. I believe it'll be scheduled in Division 2 when they get a chance. After this, I'd like to, we're going to have a recess until 1 o'clock, but I'd like to have a quick meeting with the 3 division chairs so we can talk about what we want to set up for schedule for the next week, because the deadline is at about 1 o'clock today. So if you want to schedule something for next week, probably Division 1 might be the only one that has an immediate.
Division 2 is already scheduled for 11 o'clock next Tuesday.
Next Tuesday, 11?
Yep.
Thank you.
And Division 3 went ahead and set an end to Janet that we would meet on the 23rd and the 30th at 1 o'clock. And that's a joint with Division 2, and the chair and I have agreed.
Very good.
Joint.
Peter, have you already said something?
May 7th. Joint meeting for.
Very good. You're
May
always-
7th,
you're
everybody
way
in
ahead of
Division
me.
1.
Very good.
That's what I just heard.
All right, we'll be in recess till 1 o'clock.
You still want to
We'll figure it out.
You don't need to meet, you're taking care of it.
You was that quick?
Order. And at 1 o'clock, we are scheduled to hear Senate Bill 453. I'll call on the prime sponsor, Senator Gray.
Thank you. My name is James Gray. I represent Senate District 6, which starts up in Alton and Gillington and comes down Route 11 to the great city of Rochester. And we don't want to mess Farmington, you know.
You don't want to mess it.
They don't want, I'll mess with them and miss them. So this bill certainly it is to ensure that the efforts that the Secretary of State is doing to update the database provides for the things that we do. Many constituents tell me how hard it is to get to the town clerk, how hard it is to be able to actually sit and meet with them, and that they don't understand the process. Who do I go to when I want to change my party affiliation? Who do I go to when now I'm recently married and my name has changed and I want to do that and I've moved and all of this other thing? Well, a lot of that information, yeah, you can do it on election day, but sometimes it makes it more difficult, especially if you've moved. Because right now, if you've recently moved and you go to the town clerk and they can log into the database and they can see you're previously registered, you don't have to prove age. You don't have to prove citizenship. What you need to prove is domicile, and of course, any of those proofs, you need to prove identity along the way. So the original bills that have been in here for the last 2 or 3 years in the House and in the Senate specified all of the RSAs that it didn't change. And those are the ones that require a person who is registering to vote to meet with the supervisor of the checklist or so all of that is already really in statute. And all of the emails that I got when I got your House bill back on the portal that said, oh, this is going to allow people just to go register, that's not the case. And in the Senate, I can tell you I will be writing an amendment to the House bill that came over that will specify that they can't complete the registration process without, presenting their documents to either the clerk or to the supervisor of the checklist. It will go in and specify that the portal will have to have certain fields in there. And among those fields will be the last 4 digits of the Social Security number and the driver's license number, voter ID number, or a box that says I don't have either one, okay? And again, in a different bill probably, I'm actually going to go in and specify that those are mandatory fields for registering, okay? Again, trying to get us closer to the situation where, people can go in and take care of as much of this and then just either have to drop the document off and say, hey, I am who I am, here's my license. There's no reason why a person, if there's a long line to register on election day, that if they could go into the portal and the portal say, hey, your number is AB123, and you go up and say, hey, I just logged in, I'm AB123, and then the person look at that, look at the online, not have to fill out any more forms except for something that just says, you provided your documentation, sign here that all the stuff is accurate. So again, we can get there. And people now, especially the younger generations, younger than I will say, are expecting some of these things to be online. But we're not going to sacrifice the security of the system. We're not going to sacrifice the other things, but we want to give them a place. If you want to change your voter registration, your address, your name, whatever, log on here. And what will happen is the system will take that information and it will provide it to the clerk and to the supervisor of the checklist as appropriate and for that information. Now, change of address, okay? Right now, the change of address database that the post office has, the permanent change of address, if I've got that and I've got the person coming in saying, this is my change of address, is that sufficient? Well, that's a question we need to answer. If I've got a marriage record, you come in and you say, yeah, I recently got married. Oh, where'd you get married? I got married in New Hampshire. You know what? The clerks have got those records. They've got all the vital records. They can go look you up. Okay. Again, so there's a lot of things that we can do and have actual records and documents to allow this process to go through and go through smoothly. We just need to make sure that the database in the upgrades that we're doing to it are properly funded. I do know that one of our representatives asked about the difference between 550 million and 450 million. Thousand, excuse me. I just came from fiscal, and we've been talking big numbers. So anyway, and the thousands, excuse my misspeak. But one of the senators has convinced the Secretary of State that he can use some other funds to pay for that extra 100,000. And again, this is not. There are other changes in the database that you and I want, and we also need to make sure that whatever we do, that proper training is given to these officials so that they can understand what they can do. And again, I don't believe that the statute has to change, but because you've sent me a bill that specifies certain things on the portal, I am going to update that as, I should say, I'm going to write the amendment to update it, and I believe it will pass the Senate to come back to you to make sure that we do maintain integrity, we do maintain control over that database, and that people who are registering have presented in accordance with the existing statute. Remember that right now, you can do all those things that we talked about in the portal. You can send them an email. You can write them a letter. Okay? You can do all of those things by other means. The portal just gives them that one place, and you say, hey, go to NH ... and you can start the process, and then they will converse with you either by email or whatever. And right now, the only place that you can actually go without showing your documentation is if you're an absentee voter and you don't have time to register before the election. And that's the only time. And certainly in that, I also want to add in their request, they will also need to put in the last 4 digits of the Social Security number and either driver's license, voter, or non-driver ID, or check a box that said they don't have either. So again, we're trying to make all of these things match up.
One problem I heard in the last election is same-day registrants.
Yep.
20 of them use an address that was an empty lot. Would this have caught that?
I'm addressing that in a different way. I had a meeting in my office yesterday with the Attorney General's office and their investigator, Mr. Tracy, and the Secretary of State. And what we're looking at is taking that investigating part and moving it to Election Day, creating a group that can sit there. Right now, Mr. Tracy says that he has access to the TransUnion database. And if any of you are familiar, TransUnion is one of the 3 major credit organizations. And in that database, they have lots of information. So if I type in, we'll say, Jess Edwards, okay, and I say that he was born on this day, okay, and then an added bonus would be the last 4 digits of the Social Security number. I can pretty much confirm that Jess Edwards does live at a particular place. It will give me at least a previous address, if not the current address, because of moving. But then remember, I also have access through the permanent change of address database from the United States Post Office. And we're also looking at what information that I can get from the Social Security. Again, so this is not done in a vacuum, okay? we need to make sure that each one of these parts of the law, can request the same information, and that we consistently do it, and that once I provided that information through one of these things, that I've copied that information into the database in the proper fields, which already exist, the proper fields. They're just optional right now instead of being mandatory.
Would you take any questions?
I'm here for you.
Representative Stringham for a question.
Yeah, thank you for your testimony and thanks for taking my question. This bill seems to principally deal with an appropriation for the statewide voter registration system without really talking about where the appropriation, other than being directed in that direction, is to be used. But I'm kind of curious why this kind of standalone financial bill is required now in the middle of the biennium rather than being included in the budget. What has changed to require a special appropriation outside a cycle?
Well, the Senate did include it in there, and then there was a meeting between certain factions, both in the House and the Senate, that decided to take it out of the budget at that time. And there were other things that were going on. There was legislation in the House that certainly we would like to have seen passed that didn't pass. And all of those things come together. But right now, the reason that I want to push it forward is because they are right now updating that database. In the Secretary's office, I'm sure we'll talk more about that. But the sooner I can get that, and the more I can get it combined together with the other things that you're doing. I don't know. I did some programming when I was an engineer down at the Portsmouth Naval Shipyard, and the closer I get to the time that I actually wrote the code in the beginning, the quicker it was for me to modify it, because I'd forget this and I'd forget that, and then that wouldn't work right. So again, getting this stuff, getting it into the database, getting it all, is the reason to push it forward. And it's not that it wasn't considered last time. There were things that were agreed to that didn't happen, and therefore the funding was taken out of the bill the last time. As you remember, that the bill that you sent to the House Finance, as Chair of Finance, we cut $750 million, and I did get the million right that time, Representative Hull, out of that budget, and you guys passed it with an overwhelming majority.
Thank you. Questions? Representative Telersky.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Senator, for taking my question. I apologize. I entered while you were presenting the bill. However, you made a comment that I think I heard correctly, that there was some discussion in Senate election law about using alternative funds. I assume you were referring to HAVA funds, or am I mistaken on that? And did that go anywhere with an amendment?
Because the bill doesn't specify where the Secretary gets the money from. He has money that is possibly HAVA money, possibly other funds. So where he takes the money from is not one of the decisions I have to make. And certainly when he comes up to testify, or the deputy comes up to testify, he or she can enlighten you more on that. But again, they have an appropriation, okay? And the way they spend that appropriation and the way they spend HAVA money is all controlled by other things. And so if I were to say he's going to take it out of HAVA, I could be wrong, because he may take it out of a different account that he doesn't need that money in, or he may take it out of HAVA money. Again, it's not anything we need to control.
Thank you. I just wanted to clarify that there was no discussion of an amendment for it. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Further questions from committee members? Seeing none, thank you, Senator.
I would like to stay, but I've
Understood.
needed to cross the street.
And we'll next hear from the Secretary of State, Mr. David Scanlon.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. I'm David Scanlon, Secretary of State, and I'm here in support of this bill. Over the last 2 years, my office has been very aggressively upgrading the electronic systems that we have really across the department, but specifically elections-related systems. And last week, we had our new campaign finance system go online. We had the help of some of you and other members of the legislature testing that system out to make sure that it was going to be functional and work well. And it was a successful rollout, and looks like it's going to work well for the upcoming election. In the next 2 weeks, we plan to roll out the brand new voter registration database, which is going to replace the 20-plus-year-old legacy system. And we expect that that is going to have a lot of functionality and be a major improvement to our local election officials, who are actually the ones that put the information into the database. Supervisors of the checklist are the only ones that can remove names from the voter checklist. And, it's our hope that we will save them quite a bit of time in doing their jobs. The Ballot Law Commission, after a fairly lengthy review and testing process, has approved 2 new electronic ballot counting devices. One has met the conditional approval and the certification requirements. A company called Voting Works, which uses open source software code in the programming of that device. That was used in 5 towns during the local elections this past March, and we expect expanded use with that device for the upcoming fall elections. The second device is one that's manufactured by Dominion, a name that I'm sure all of you have heard. The certification is not expected on that until sometime this fall, which puts it beyond the ability to use for the fall elections, but most likely will be available for town elections in the spring. And then at least once a week, we're getting requests from towns to be approved for the use of electronic poll books, which is a way to keep track of check-ins and collecting the data needed to file the return of votes at the end of the day. They still have to do it in parallel with a paper checklist, but it is saving the local election officials a tremendous amount of time in terms of voters being able to check in, getting results that they need to report at the end of the night, and then the transfer of the electronic data that they collected directly into the statewide voter database. So this bill calling for a voter portal is timely, especially because of the new voter registration database. I'm not going to repeat the testimony of Senator Gray, but I would just add a couple of items on that. First, I was clear from the beginning in terms of a voter portal that the only way that I would support it if it maintains the current processes and statutory requirements for a voter registering to vote, which means that a voter has to provide information showing their qualifications of age, identity, domicile, and citizenship. And that when they show up either for the first time to vote on election day or they make a visit to the clerk's office, they have to sign their voter registration form and show their documentation, whether it's an actual document or an affidavit that is currently allowed for them to participate. The advantage that I see is that this will really help local election officials, especially supervisors of the checklist, who now have to take data that is sometimes not legibly written on voter registration application forms, and then having to read that and then hand key it into the voter database, which creates the checklist, is certainly prone to error. And to the extent that we now have the voters have the ability to provide that data already typed out on the form, it's an electronic format, so that the supervisors can review it, they can approve it after they get all the signatures and the documentation, and then they can simply transfer that electronic data to the voter registration database, which means that overall the data in the database is going to be much cleaner than it has been before. So those are the significant improvements that I see because of this. In terms of the funding, the original appropriation was $550,000. In the Senate, I committed to the committee that we could use $100,000 in HAVA funds to help cover the cost of that. And so the appropriation as amended now is $450,000. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Questions from committee members? Representative Edwards.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Secretary. I know how important election integrity is to you, and I hear what you're saying from the perspective of this is going to make all of our town functionaries more productive and have less errors. I get all of that, but I think you've heard and felt the concerns in the state over election integrity and the fear that this is going to be just a portal into online registration. And so if you could you just make the best succinct argument you can why this is going to actually improve election integrity, if there is an argument for that? And maybe the flip side of it from an academic perspective, what are your greatest concerns regarding election integrity with this system in place?
The benefit is going to be the ability to have more accurate data going into the voter registration database itself, so that we don't have the clerical errors that are made by volunteers who are taking hundreds and thousands of voter registration applications that are handwritten currently, and then having to read that and then enter that data manually into the voter registration database. To the extent that it's the voter providing the data, and the expectation is that it would be accurate in the first instance, there would be no changes along the way, from that data going from point A into the database eventually. New Hampshire is unique among the states, and our systems are very different than most every other state in the country. I'm sure all of you have heard of Motor Voter and the National Voter Registration Act of 1992 or 93. That system allowed for, actually required state agencies focusing on motor vehicles to collect voter registrations and enter voters into the system. In addition to motor vehicles, departments of education, departments of health and human services, are agencies where there is public outreach, where the federal government requires that those be voter registration agencies. Any member of the public in one of these states with Motor Voter can walk down the street and collect voter registrations simply by having individuals fill out registration cards. And you may have heard of a situation with an organization called Acorn some years ago, they were paid to go out and collect signatures, and because of the money involved, I mean, some of the collections were not actual individuals; they were just filled out to collect the money, and so there were real problems with that. What is special with New Hampshire is that a voter has to appear before a local election official, somebody from their community, one of their neighbors, to apply for being a voter. And they do that when they sign the application form and the affidavits that might be involved. And usually they do it on election day when they go to vote for the first time and they register at the polling place, but they can also go into a clerk's office and do it, or they can go to a session of the supervisors of the checklist. I'm not aware that that actually happens in any other state in the country, and that's one of the strengths of our system. Because we have people that know the community and know the people in it that are responsible for this, and not just some bureaucrat in a city that is 100 miles away doing that same job. What is my biggest fear in maintaining the integrity of the election process? Any electronic system is vulnerable to being hacked. And we have to be vigilant about that. You know, that danger can be mitigated quite a bit. And I can tell you, New Hampshire is probably one of the strongest states currently in the steps that we're taking to protect our elections systems. And we're doing that by having third-party vendors that are experts in this field. Some of them are former military technology experts. And we're doing a number of things. One is when we are having software developed, as we are for the voter registration database, as we would for this voter portal, as we did for the campaign finance system, we are having the code heavily scrutinized and reviewed, even when the vendors that are providing the software are using third-party boilerplate software like from Microsoft or something like that. We're having them thoroughly go through it, looking for issues that that might be there that nobody else is aware of. And I can tell you that in the process of reviewing the code that is going into the voter registration database, there was some code that was found in I'll call it a boilerplate software that had a little code in there that when executed would play the Ukrainian anthem and show a picture of the Ukrainian flag. You know, obviously that was removed from the software, but we're making sure that the software is just clean right from the beginning. And then we are hiring companies that can do penetration testing from time to time, that are reviewing the activity in and out, who's trying to access these databases and things like that. And I think at this point, New Hampshire really is on the forefront of what other states are doing in that regard. The latest thing that is surfacing this year now is artificial intelligence. And that could be a real potential problem. In fact, I appeared before United States Senate committee yesterday. This group is far more intimidating, by the way. So, but
Everybody smile.
The ability now for anybody to access a program through an app that can take an image of anybody else and their voice recording and create video and audio of that person saying and doing things that simply never happened is incredible. I mean, it's frightening. And so, the trick there is being able to identify, what is a deep fake and making people aware of it. And if it's malicious, prosecuting people that are, that are engaged in being, really deceptive in a disruptive way. So, I think that's the biggest danger to our election process, is just staying on top of the electronic systems that we do have and making sure that they're safe.
Thank you. All right, I got two questions I want.
Just a
say-
quick follow-up. I appreciate you bringing up the issue of deep fakes, but as it relates to this particular system, there's nothing in our system, this system, that relies on a video or a virtual action. It's all, the validation is all human to human at a designated location, right?
That's correct.
So the deep fakes, the awareness is not related to this system.
That's right.
All right, thank you. Excellent answer.
We're using up the allotted time. Still got two more people who'd like to speak. Please limit the questions and the answers. Representative Tulerski.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Secretary Scanlon, for taking my question. It's my understanding that the DMV and the voter file are already talking to each other. And I know when I get a license, I have to bring forth proof of identity, proof of age, proof of residency, which is 3 of the 4 items needed for voter registration. It would seem to me that a portal could be very efficient in terms of instant verification with those items that have already been verified by the DMV. Is that something that could be worked out so that that process could be integrated in a safe and protected manner for voter registration?
I certainly think that's possible down the road. And, I mentioned about the motor voter law and the National Voter Registration Act in the other states. The other states have that because of the federal requirement. New Hampshire, I didn't mention this, is exempt from that law because at the time it was created, we had same-day voter registration. I think that the information that could be provided electronically through a voter portal could be verified, certainly provided the voter was already in the system. They may have been registered in another town. As Senator Gray said, that data already exists in the database. It can be prepared. At this point, the portal is not being built to match information with motor vehicles, but if at some point in the future, that was felt to be a good policy decision, then we could do that.
Very quick follow-up.
Follow-up.
I guess I'm just trying to understand because the way you were describing what you envision, you're talking about the voter putting their information in, but then it sounded like it's almost like they're printing out a form with it pre-filled that you then hand to a clerk that they have to type it in. That seems like you're not taking advantage of the electronic information as it comes in. It seems like we're just so close, but not quite getting there. Can you just expand on what you're seeing this is?
The way I envision it is that the voter would provide the data electronically. The clerk or the supervisors of the checklist would print out the form that would have to be signed by the voter. There would be no other re-entering data. It's just that there would be a wet signature of the voter that applied for that voter registration when they show up to either vote for the first time at the polling place or go to the clerk's office to show their documentation to back up their application.
Thank you. If there's no further questions, please keep it short.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will be as short as I can humanly be. 2 very quick questions. One, in terms of the open source versus the Dominion machines, you talked about reviewing the code earlier. Do you have the same degree of confidence in in the ability of your tech people to review the code for those 2 different systems?
The Voting Works code, because it's open source, is reviewable by anybody. The Dominion, however, is proprietary. They use proprietary software. The towns would be acquiring their product if the town decides that they want to use a machine. The review that takes place is not the vendors that I mentioned that review the New Hampshire specific code when we're building it. The review is done by a third-party, nationally recognized technological laboratory looking for the requirements that have been put in place by the Federal Election Assistance Commission. And those standards are uniform, for those types of devices, and we have to trust them that they've done their job, making sure that the code of those various vendors is clean.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. In the interest of time, I'll skip the second question. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Secretary. Next person I'll call on is Liz Tantarelli, League of Women Voters. Welcome to Finance.
Thank you, Representative Weiler. Thank you for the committee. My name is Liz Tentarelli. I'm president of the League of Women Voters of New Hampshire. We're a nonpartisan organization, and our mission is to empower voters. And I can think of no better way to empower voters than to make the registration process something that voters in the 21st century can actually recognize. So instead of the trip to the town clerk's office, you can start that process online if this bill passes and the portal bill passes. This is a funding mechanism. It seems like a very logical use of state funds to encourage the next generation of voters. Beyond that, it services the present generation of voters. That is, anybody among us who moves from one town to another could change address online rather than to traipse to another building in another town with documents and so on. So I very much encourage this committee to support this bill. I hope you notice the list of sponsors on the Senate bill. It is a bipartisan list. Voting should not be a partisan issue. We should all agree that eligible voters should be able to register to vote in the most logical and convenient way possible. And I think this bill facilitates that. So I urge your support of this bill on behalf of my organization. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Questions from the committee? Seeing none. We'll next call on Autumn Roschik Goodwin. Open Democracy Action. Welcome to Finance.
Thank you. All right. I'm going to keep this short because I know we're over time. For the record, my name is Autumn Rashik Goodwin. I am a Manchester voter and the program coordinator for Open Democracy Action. We are a nonprofit, nonpartisan organization that focuses on advocating for campaign finance reform and for voter rights. Really, I just want to emphasize the importance of this bill for the convenience for people registering to vote. A lot of people aren't available during the typical hours of the town clerk's offices. So being able to do all of this populating of the forms ahead of time is just extremely convenient, makes it so that they just have to pop in with documents, sign off, good to go. Additionally, it will increase the accuracy, which we've already talked about extensively today, and it will save funds for the different towns because we don't have to spend as much time going back and forth trying to decipher what someone wrote on a paper form. I do also have the testimony of one of our volunteers, Bob Perry, with me, which I'll hand out with mine as well.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Questions from the committee? Okay, this will be taken up further in Division 1, and you'll look on the schedule for that. I think it's a couple of weeks. May 7th. I have the sign-up sheet. Jody Newell from Keene is pro. Representative Heath Howard from Stratford is also in favor. Without further, yes, Representative Holt.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Unfortunately, you just left. I was going to ask a question of the Secretary of State relative to if they have newer data regarding participation in the elections. I can find up through 2020. It would be great if the office would send us over participation. Right, we are near the top in 2020. I would love to see what happened in 2022.
Why don't you send him a note so when he comes on May 7th, he'll have that data available. Thank you. All right, I will close the hearing now on 453 and open the hearing on Senate Bill 499 and call on its prime sponsor, Senator Whitley.
Mr. Chair, I believe the public notice is not for 499, but it's actually 604 at 1:30.
You're right. I had them out of order here. Thank you. 604. All right, I have Senate Bill 604, and I have Senator Rosenwald is here.
Good afternoon.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. For the record, I'm Senator Cindy Rosenwald. I represent District 13, which is Nashua, and I'm here on behalf of Senator D'Alessandro to introduce Senate Bill 604. This bill provides a death benefit to the family of a security officer who was killed in the line of duty last November at New Hampshire Hospital. Several years ago, the state enacted a law to provide a $100,000 death benefit to the surviving family members of law enforcement officers and firefighters killed in the line of duty. The individual who was gunned down in this terrible case was providing security for New Hampshire Hospital and had been a sworn law enforcement officer for his entire adult life, including serving as a police chief. But he was not a sworn law enforcement officer at the time of his line of duty death. So his family was not eligible for the death benefit. To be clear, his family did not request this legislation. The Senate felt it was simply the right thing to do for someone who dedicated his life to law enforcement and protecting and serving his community, and who continued to serve and protect after retirement in his security role at New Hampshire Hospital. He literally gave his life to protect the staff and the patients of the state hospital. And the Senate felt that extending this benefit to his family was the proper thing to do, and we hope the House will agree. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for the senator? Representative Sweeney.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Senator, for being here and introducing this bill. Was there any conversation in the Senate about extending this benefit to any, in the unfortunate case this situation happens again, to other security officers in the future, or is it just retroactive to Officer Hass's family?
There was a lot of discussion about that. I was not privy to any of it, but I know there was a lot. This particular bill has the support of all of the stakeholder organizations. It was a simple thing to do. What you're suggesting would be probably something that would need work and conversation. This was a late filed bill.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Thank you.
Yes. Yes.
Questions from the committee members? Representative Edwards.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And to follow up on that very thing, I was thinking pretty much the same thing. If there is any language that was floated around on an amendment to this, so that we're making a categorical distinction in the law as opposed to a one-off individual, I would be much more comfortable about that being just good legislative work, to not be pinpointing individual benefits, but to determine as policy what categories we want to have covered by this benefit. Are you aware of any language?
Thank you. I'm not aware that there was language floated. This bill was not amended in the Senate. I just know there were discussions about whether it should be really narrow or whether it should be more extensive. And I think the decision was that would be a longer conversation, perhaps for the next legislative session. As I said to Rep. Sweeney, this was a late filed bill. And there was simply not a huge amount of time to get that extension right and have the support of the state troopers, the police, the firefighters.
Yeah.
This bill does have broad support.
Thank you, Senator. appreciate the answer. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Any other questions from committee members? Seeing none, thank you, Senator. All right. Senate Bill 604. Also have Representative Holm. He's going to offer an amendment.
Thank you, members of Finance, Representative Hole, serving the towns of Dunbarton, Hooksett, Allenstown, and Epsom here in favor of this, even as a fiscal conservative. Part of what went on, I think we also need to understand from the news reports, because I have not seen firsthand information relative to official sources, but from what I've read in the news, the person serving the job of security that night, Officer Haas, was in fact at the metal detector, being the security agent. It is my understanding also that he was unarmed at the time, and that that was done by department policy or rule or contract or something. I believe the questions to the earlier speaker about a broad benefit are definitely worth discussing. But if we, via our policies, disarm the security guard, I believe we owe that family this. I think there is, right? We own some responsibility in that action. I testified to that on the floor when we were talking about House Bill 1711, which was also tied to Officer Haas. I think there is some level of culpability for us as a state if we are asking people to be security guards at metal detectors at institutions where there might be problems, and then we tell them they can't have their own personal carry device. He may or may not have been wearing a bulletproof vest. We don't have those details. I think it's worthwhile for us to figure out what happened there as part of this, in addition to simply making sure that the family is compensated for the loss of someone they care for. And quite frankly, $100,000 for someone who was murdered on the job seems inadequate, in my opinion. With that, I'll close my testimony.
Thank you. Any questions from the committee members? Seeing none, the sign-up sheet has Cynthia Babonas from Concord in favor, Elizabeth Sargent from New Hampshire Association of Chiefs of Police in favor, and Barbara Harros from FSB in favor. If there's no further action on that bill, Representative Leishman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't see any need of this going on to the division on May 7th, so I'd like to move passage.
Is there a second? Oh. Any objection to executing this bill today? Representative Edwards.
My objection would just be around process. I'm uncomfortable. Obviously, the state owes it to the family to help in this instance. I have no issue with that. My issue is establishing a precedent where we're in law identifying an individual for a particular benefit. And if we did a work session on this, I would love to work with somebody on an amendment that would make this a categorical benefit and make it retroactive so that this individual family can benefit from it, but we're not kind of, choosing winners and losers on a legislative basis. So that would be my objection.
Representative Hall, did you have an amendment you wanted to present?
I do not, and for that reason, I think it makes sense to not exec this today, but have enough time to have an amendment drafted. I will get that done prior to an exec session.
All right. Seeing the objection, we'll wait to have further so that this can be thoroughly worked on. And obviously, there's members that want to bring in amendments and ensure that this carries forward so that this example can be repeated if needed. So,
May I just say that?
Further.
So thank you, Mr. Chair. I just, as a point of personal privilege on this, I just, anyone who has heard my words, I want you to know I care deeply about making the family whole and having the legislature step into this. I just want to do it in a way in which it's predictable for any future scenarios. And I think we're going to get there. I just don't want to get there directly. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, any further discussion on that bill 604? All right, seeing none, the next bill on the schedule at 2 o'clock is Senate Bill 553. We've only allotted a half an hour for that, and I can see we're going to exceed that. But I'd like to say to those of you that have signed up for it, since there is a large number of people that all want to say something about this, if you have nothing new to add, and another person has said the same comments that you would like to reproduce, if you could just get up and say, I am in favor and I support the comments that have been further made, that will help us get through that in a more timely way. If there's something really new, then say, I not only agree with with the former comments, but I'd like to add this. So that's what we're gonna have to do when we start at 2 o'clock. And I'll probably have the sponsor, Senator Rosenwald is here, have her introduce the bill. I think she's still, yeah, there she is. So we'll take a brief intermission here because we cannot start before the scheduled time. So we'll start at 2 o'clock and collect any more cards for people that want to testify on 553. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Would you mind, I know for the Senate Finance, they had a ton of handouts. Would you mind if I just collect them instead of passing them around? Joe and just put them to put in your folders?
Call the Finance Committee to order for the hearing of Senate Bill 553 and call upon the sponsor, Senator Rosenwald. Welcome to Finance Committee.
Thank you. I'm pleased to be back here. For the record, I'm Senator Cindy Rosenwald from District 13 in Nashua, and I'm pleased to be here to introduce Senate Bill 553, following its 24-0 ought to pass vote out of the Senate. This bill is both an economic stimulus bill and a property tax relief bill. That is because it will lead to job growth, economic expansion, more small business lending, and increased local and state revenues significantly. So the Public Deposit Investment Pool, affectionately known as PDIP, was created by statute in 1993 as a way for cities and towns to collectively invest their cash reserves. And this pool was pretty small until a couple of years ago. It was worth around $200 million. But it now totals over $650 million. These funds, which are mostly taxpayer funds, none of them are currently invested in New Hampshire, and some of them are held overseas. By statute, the state treasurer is responsible and has to hire a managing organization for the PDIP. And the state treasurer also sets the investment standards for PDIP. So how much in treasury notes, how much in CDs, that sort of thing. And that has been the case since creation, with the exception of a couple of years ago, we moved oversight of the fund itself from the Banking Commission to the treasurer. This bill does not change these responsibilities of the treasurer. She will still have to hire a management company. She will still set the investment standards for the pool. No city or town is required to join the pool, and some of them don't. What this bill does require is that these funds be invested in financial institutions with a presence in New Hampshire. And it also requires that all funds be secured or collateralized. This is, I think, important because the top priority of the PDIP is the safety of these funds. However, up until now, there has never been insurance or collateralization of the investments. And in fact, last fall, S&P Global issued an analysis of New Hampshire's PDIP and mentioned that with the daily liquidity set by the manager at 10% of the total, if there were a large redemption by a single investing city or town or the state, redemptions by other cities and towns might be paused for up to 5 days and could be redeemed in kind instead of in cash. I think you'll probably hear that this bill will kill the PDIP. I don't believe this is true, and I think it's based on a misunderstanding of how it would work. The treasurer, as I said, will still have to hire a management company, just like she has to do now. And that company will negotiate relationships and rates with some number of banks that have a presence in New Hampshire. I think it clearly would not be every bank, but it would be some in order to get the high yield that is possible with a significant investment, and this would be, and a strong relationship. It won't be every city and town, is what I'm trying to say, going out on their own and talking to their local bank. The management company will do this. And at least at least two management companies have already indicated interest in seeking this business. Now, I said at the outset that Senate Bill 553 is both an economic stimulus and a property tax relief bill. I say that because we know from a study conducted last fall by New Hampshire economist Brian Gottlob, who's here today, what the impact of bringing this over $600 million back to New Hampshire and investing it with our financial institutions would be. Mr. Gottlob was able to evaluate the effect just on the commercial banking side, which is only 1/3 of the total banking sector. So therefore, his projections and models are very conservative. But what they tell us is that more than $200 million would be available for business lending. That would be particularly helpful for small businesses. His study tells us that over 2,500 jobs would be created and household income would grow along with the state's domestic product. In addition, we know, and I think you'll hear it, that negotiated relationships with banks are providing nearly the same rate as the PDIP currently generates. And in fact, we see this in Maine, which doesn't even have a PDIP and negotiates almost the same rate. So all of this economic activity would translate to municipal revenue growth of $67 million over 5 years, or at least double the return our cities and towns are getting now on the yield rate from the current investment strategy. State revenues would grow by almost the same amount when all of the revenues from our various tax sources are considered. And when the consumer lending side, 2/3 of the banking sector, is added, the revenue impact would be even greater. And these revenue impacts would continue to multiply over time as businesses and jobs grow and household wealth accumulates. I'm not an economist, I'm not a scientist, I'm not an engineer, but I like to think in metaphor. And some of you know I'm married to a cardiologist. So I imagine the PDIP as a circulatory system. If we look only at the yield, which is what we currently do, we are only seeing the aorta of the heart receiving blood that's just pumped out of the heart. But if we invest this money in New Hampshire, we will see the entire circulatory system with oxygen-rich blood flowing throughout the body of New Hampshire's economy, down even to its fingers and toes. And that's what this bill, I believe, will do. It will put our money to work in our communities and pump more money throughout New Hampshire, while also serving as a way to provide property tax relief and do so in a way that is safe and liquid. I'm happy to answer questions. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Petrie for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank and welcome back to
Thank
Finance.
you. I'm happy to be here.
Right. Who is the current manager of the pool now?
It's a company called PFM, and I believe they're here today.
Thank you.
Okay, further questions from the committee? Representative Heath?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Senator, for taking my question. I didn't see it anywhere in the bill. If the state takes over kind of coordination of all of this out of the treasurer's office, will at any point in time the state have access to any of the interest dollars at all?
So the state already is responsible for managing this. The state is allowed by statute to put some money into the BDIP. I believe we have some. And so that will generate interest or yield right now. What I think you'll hear from Mr. Gottlieb is what the state revenue impacts would be from the various business taxes, property taxes, rooms and meals because of the economic expansion.
All right, thank you.
All right, let's keep things short. Representative Papavici Mueller.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Senator, for taking my question. It seems that the purpose of the legislation is to obviously require that all the investments be made in New Hampshire. Has there been an analysis done over the fact that this will likely result in lesser yields and it will make the PDIP less attractive to the towns and cities that are using it?
So you will hear from other people what kind of rates will be generated based on the relationships they currently have and probably based on what states like Maine have. But in addition, we will get, the cities and towns will get the added money from property taxes, the additional rooms and meals tax distributions. Remember, they get 30%. So as that pie expands,
Got it. Thank you.
it will be calculated. Mr. Gottlieb, I think, will tell you that the cities and towns will generate an extra $67 million over 5 years, looking only at 1/3 of the banking sector.
All right. So no further questions from committee. Thank you, Senator. We'll next call on Brian Gottlob, who's been mentioned.
Oh, sorry. For the record, I'm Brian Gottlob, principal of Polycon Research, an economic research firm located in Dover, New Hampshire. Some of you may also know me in my other role, which is the director of the state's Economic and Labor Market Information Bureau. I'm here to say that I am taking leave time to come and testify in support of this particular bill. I believe, and Senator Rosenwald referenced a study I conducted. I'm not going to take you through it. It's very long and exhaustive. I believe you'll all have copies of it. I will talk a little bit about some of the data in there and some of the updates, because when I did that analysis, it was based on data from June of 2023, when there was $530 million in the pool, and now there is, as mentioned, over $600 million. I think the report makes a compelling economic case for investing those funds in New Hampshire. I think you will see that when you look at the report. But I'm also here to talk about what I think is the ethical reasons for doing that. The dollars that we obtain, cities, towns, and state, from taxpayers, households, and businesses, I think ought to be deployed to benefit those households, individuals, and businesses, and the state's economy. Currently, I was surprised when I first started doing my research to learn that over $600 million is not going to benefit households, businesses, and the state economy, and in fact is going largely to organizations throughout the country and importantly throughout the world. People that I talked to, households, businesses, were largely unaware of this. I think they shared in large numbers the view that I shared, that that money that we give to the state, we give to the towns, ought to be used to benefit towns and the state of New Hampshire and its economy. I do believe in free markets. I'm a business person. I believe in free markets. Senate Bill 553 does not mandate that any community where it should invest its funds. But if they choose to invest those funds in the PIDIP, I believe that's an organization that was established by this legislature and sanctioned by this legislature. And as a result of that, I think it ought to support the goals and objectives and policies of this body. And I believe the primary policy objective of the New Hampshire legislature is to increase the well-being, the prosperity of individuals, businesses, and the state economy overall. Currently, $600 million of taxpayer funds does not go to meet that objective. Keeping public funds in New Hampshire will increase access to business credit. That is really the focus of the research. Senator Rosenwald mentioned I did not factor in the increase in credit availability that would occur as a result of lending to households. I did that for a particular reason. Small businesses really rely on credit from local banking institutions for their lifeblood. They do not, for the most part, have access to credit nationwide. Households, to a large extent, do. There's fintech, there's opportunities to borrow from organizations throughout the country. Over 90% of the deposits in New Hampshire banks are lent out. 34%, based on the last 10 years, Senator Rosenwald mentioned, is for businesses, largely for small businesses in the state. There are organizations throughout this state that seek and understand the importance of business credit and look to expand access to credit for small business. We have the Small Business Administration, we have the New Hampshire Business Finance Authority, and we have regional economic development organizations throughout the state with lending pools, all with one objective, and that's to increase credit to small businesses. SB 553 is a way to do that, does not establish a new organization, and it does not require any public funds. It's the easiest and simplest way you can increase credit to businesses and expand the New Hampshire economy. So, what are the impacts based on the updated information that I have? First, that over $200 million of additional business credit, largely small businesses, will increase the state's gross domestic product. There's a strong relationship between growth in gross state product and growth in state and local revenues. Very strong statistical relationship. So over $200 million increase in gross state product, over 2,000 more jobs, combined state and local revenue increases just in year 2024, I estimated about $26 million, but over a 5-year period, $129 million, split fairly evenly between state and local, and that is outlined in the report where I detail the individual tax revenues, state tax revenues that I believe will be increased, but $129 million over 5 years. There will also be additional, because there'll be additional economic opportunities, be increase of, I estimate, 2,100 individuals population in New Hampshire and over 1,300 individuals in our labor force. And that's all while providing interest income at about the same rate as is currently being achieved through investment in the New Hampshire Public Deposit Investment Pool. There was a question asked earlier, what is the current rate? Well, there is no one current rate because communities negotiate individually with banks. I spoke to a number of banks and asked them what their rate was. I spoke to a number of organizations that had the choice of going into the public deposit investment pool. And the reality is the rates are very, very close. But what tips the balance is when you add the revenue and the economic gains from investing in New Hampshire, it's not even close. The combined yield is approximately double what is achieved through investment in the public deposit investment pool. For all of these reasons, I ask your support for Senate Bill 553, and with it, I'll take questions.
Could you ensure that we all get a copy of your report? I don't think I've seen it yet.
Sure, I think it is.
If you've
Oh,
given it to the
well, we
legislature.
will get a copy of the report. I was,
All right.
I didn't realize you.
So the key to my mind is, what is the total lending from all the banks in the state at this time?
Somewhere in the order of, it's 15, 16 billion more. It's really hard for me to say. I know what the deposits are. I don't
Well,
really.
maybe we'll hear that from
Okay.
some other person, because to me, it's critical whether
Yeah.
you're talking about the 685 million getting added to
Yeah.
a billion, or we're going to add
Yeah.
it to 10 billion. Either
Yeah.
it's a little piece or it's overcomes it briefly. So those are key figures in my mind. Questions from committee members? First, Representative McGuire, then Representative Stringham.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for coming. And I really like the ELMI community profile section. I've used those for years. They're great. So aren't there some downsides here in both in risk and in reward, in the sense that this would concentrate all these savings in the state, and should the state, God forbid, have some kind of a regional or local disaster, wouldn't that put these funds at risk in a way that if they were elsewhere would not? And then secondly, at a time when they might be very needed. And then in reward, if we guarantee that these funds can only be invested in the state, wouldn't that make the banks and so on in the state, because they have this guaranteed sort of investment, they wouldn't have to be quite as competitive as they do now?
Yeah, one thing I would say is that they're not guaranteed anything, because communities are not required to invest. If Senate Bill 553 passed, there's nothing arguing that a community has to continue or would have to invest in New Hampshire. It could choose another investment advisor and go wherever it chose to go. So there's no guarantee of any money. I also do think that there is a real competition among banks for those funds. Local banks acquiring deposits is key. It's key to their growth. It's key to their ability to lend. And so there will be pretty significant competition for those funds, because it's a way of adding deposits and increasing the potential for profitability. So I think there'll be plenty of competition. As far as the risk goes, there's risks. There is no collateralization required of the PDIP funds, which means there is no guarantee. Deposits in New Hampshire banks are required to have collateral, so there is a guarantee offered there. So I would argue it reduces risk.
Thank you. So one follow-up. So is there any particular reason why we couldn't do both, right? Why can't we have two funds? One can be invested anywhere, one that's invested only in New Hampshire, and allow the municipalities to decide, do they want to put all their money in one, all in the other, some combination, et cetera? What's wrong with that?
Representative McGuire, that's well beyond my pay grade to make. That's a policy decision, and was outside the realm of my research. So I really can't speak to that.
Representative Stringham for a question.
Thank you for your testimony, and thanks for taking my question. The question I have is, kind of following the econometric logic, is if, say, you're required to invest in New Hampshire, you put the money in the Bank of New Hampshire or Citizens Bank that are doing lots of local lending now, wouldn't they just decrease the amount of money they're getting from from outside of New Hampshire. So most banks operate in more than one state. I assume we're not going to be investing in a Jenkins bike shop directly. Our investments will go through local financial institutions who will then just change the mix of where their funds come from and where they go.
I think the protection there, and I've heard this before, well, if the money goes to New Hampshire Bank, there's no guarantee that they lend in New Hampshire. Well, there is a guarantee. There's a requirement called the Community Reinvestment Act that looks at banks and looks at their practices in meeting the credit needs of households and individuals in their operating regions, and they're graded on that. So there is an expectation that money that is obtained locally and deposited in local banks will be invested in the local or regional economy, either through household or business lending or in other ways. So there is some guarantee there.
Quick follow-up? But don't they also get money from out of state?
I think that would really depend on particular banks. I'm not a banker, and I apologize to all the bankers in this room. I'm assuming that most local banks, community banks, primarily receive their deposits from local organizations and individuals. But I could be wrong, and they'd have to address that.
Why don't we wait until we have bankers? There's going to be several of them. If you have banking questions, let's hear from the people who are the bankers. Representative Edwards.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I'm not particularly familiar with RSA 645, so I just Googled it. It's the one that sets up the public deposit investment pool. And what I was looking for, as I was looking in there, was to determine whether or not the law established a clear fiduciary responsibility within this fund to optimize a risk-reward balance, which is typical of most investment funds. They have a fiduciary responsibility of maximizing a return on investment within safety criteria. Is that sort of language already in 645 and I'm just missing it?
Again, I'm not a lawyer. I'm an economist, so I can't. I really
So
can't.
my follow-up though is, wouldn't that actually maybe be a better way to go, is to make sure that this fund is set up with the right fiduciary responsibilities and the proper investment objective, and to delegate to them the option of where they invest as long as they're making a proper risk-reward benefit analysis?
There's a number of ways to measure reward. I'm an economist. I look at economic rewards, and that means what's happening to the state's GDP, what's happening to personal income, which, by the way, I estimate would increase by about $1.7 billion out till 2030 if those funds were invested in New Hampshire. But risk reward, if you're looking at a simple return in terms of interest income or a yield on an investment, is one way of maximizing returns. I take a broader view, and I think based on my belief that funds in New Hampshire ought to benefit New Hampshire, there's many ways that can occur. And one way is to create more job opportunities and more.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
So I do think that.
All right.
We don't have, I can't really speak to that. I'm sorry.
Representative Popovici-Muller.
Just a very quick question. Besides, I assume that you'd be here to testify during the work session on this bill. Would that be something I should assume?
I will make myself available.
I would appreciate that. And my question is, when you created your model, right, did you assume that, for example, the interest return of the investments will be the same regardless of the change in the legislation? Did you assume that every dollar that's now invested out of state will now be invested in state? Could you talk about those assumptions?
Yeah, and those are all in the report. My analysis used a range of possible returns from local banks, ranging from a low of 3% up to 5.5%. Currently, the PIDIP is something over 5%, so I didn't go above really go above that, but looked at what the combined return would be in terms of tax revenue for the state and local communities, plus the interest income earned on that money at 3%, 3.5% all the way through, and made those assumptions. Also made the same assumptions on the economic returns, depending on what the yield or what the interest income would be. So there's a full range of those kinds of analysis.
Thank you.
Members, if you could hold your questions, you'll be hearing from bankers, you'll be hearing from the people who invest the money, you'll be hearing from many people who oppose the bill, and we want to be hearing from them as well. So, thank you, Mr. Gottlieb.
Thank you
for your testimony. I'll next call on, looks like both names are on the card, Christy Merrill and Chris Logan from the New Hampshire Bankers Association. Welcome to Finance Committee.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Chairman Weiler and honorable members of the House Finance Committee. My name is Christy Merrill. I have the honor of serving as President and CEO of the New Hampshire Bankers Association. And with me today, I have Chris Logan, and Chris serves as President and CEO of Bank of New Hampshire. New Hampshire Bankers represents 42 member banks who employ roughly 6,000 people in New Hampshire, and we are here today in support of Senate Bill 553. We are in support of this legislation for two main reasons. As you heard earlier, this legislation grows New Hampshire's economy, and second, it levels the playing field for public funds. Since the state created the entity known as PDIB, it competes against the private banking industry and is not currently required to secure or collateralize funds. I have my testimony for each of you. We have a one-pager of Brian's study, but we can get you the full study. And you've heard the results in his updates, so I won't get into that. But I do want to just expound a little bit on the point that he made about the results being conservative. Senator Rosenwald mentioned that. So what we know is, according to the FDIC in New Hampshire, the loan-to-deposit ratio is 90%. And so what that means is for every dollar a bank takes in deposits, 90 cents is lent back out into the community. Sorry, apparently it's my alarm to not fall asleep. Sorry about that. So when Brian conducted his study, what he did look at, he mentioned that he focused on the commercial lending landscape. And he said, commercial lending makes up 34% of the entire lending picture. So what does lending include in New Hampshire? That includes mortgages, that includes consumer loans, auto loans, all those types of things. That was not included in his analysis. So although the numbers are pretty impressive, they are still conservative. It's about a third of the lending picture. So I just want to highlight that point. So what does the economic study mean in practical terms? You'll probably hear more about this later on, but banks, because the loan to deposit ratio is 90%, a lot of banks are lent out and they would like to lend more into the communities, and they can't do that unless they have additional deposits. And so this legislation would allow $600 million in PDIP to be put to work through additional forms of lending. We've heard a little bit about how access to credit by small businesses is an issue, and this will address that. Brian mentions it's an additional $209 million increased credit, and that would be available to small businesses and families, allowing them to expand their operations and hire more people. And this could also mean additional financing for developers, including for affordable housing projects. Conversely, funds invested in PDIP are not kept locally. At the Senate Finance hearing on Senate Bill 553, the fund managers testified that 0 New Hampshire taxpayer dollars remain in New Hampshire. You can look at the list of where the funds are invested, but 3 that I'll just highlight for you: National Australia Bank, Skandinaviska Inskalita Banken in Sweden, Sumitomo Mitsui Bank in Japan. Sorry, I can't pronounce those very well. So the other reason that we support this legislation is because it levels the playing field. And so what do we mean by that? Taxpayer funds in PDIP are not required to be secured or collateralized. Banks, however, are required to offer collateralization. Through FDIC insurance, taxpayer funds are backed by the full faith and credit of the U.S. government up to $250,000. And banks can insure funds beyond that through various products. In addition to insurance, banks can offer collateralization through a letter of credit from the Federal Home Loan Bank, a repurchase agreement with the Federal Reserve, or pledging of other high-quality securities and assets. While it is prudent to secure taxpayer funds, there is a cost to that. And this is not a cost that PDIP is required to bear. The requirement to collateralize is common around the country, and just a few states that do that, as an example, Louisiana, New Jersey, Mississippi, Oregon, Texas, and New York. Cities and towns have the ability to invest outside the pool. However, the investment of funds is required to be in obligations fully backed by the U.S. government and repurchase agreements fully collateralized by such options. The RSA for that is RSA 4816. And so while finance officers have multiple options, they can finance directly with banks. That has to be collateralized. They can finance directly with other investment options. That has to be collateralized. But when they put funds in PDIP, it does not. So why do we need a change now? A lot has happened since the creation of PDIP over 30 years ago, especially when it comes to how funds are managed. I'm guessing 30 years ago, you probably wrote a lot more checks. You probably kept up your check register, and you probably saved all of your receipts. Most people don't do that as much anymore. Personal finance has changed a lot, and so has municipal finance. Today, the tools to secure and collateralize funds are available, simply did not exist and were not as available 30 years ago. So one of the things that we have heard in this discussion, and you may hear later today, is that there is no requirement for banks to keep funds local. And how do we know that banks are actually keeping funds local? You folks are very close to your communities and you're out and about. And I would just encourage you, when you see a project, when you see a development, take a look at the financing, and the odds are one of the banks that has a presence here in New Hampshire did that project. But as was mentioned, banks are subject to the Community Reinvestment Act, and they are regularly examined every few years on their compliance. And what does that mean? That means the bank is expected to meet the needs of the communities which it serves through investments, services, and lending. And this is required in each market. So if there's out-of-state banks, but they are in New Hampshire, they have a presence in New Hampshire, they're expected to comply in New Hampshire. Each bank receives a rating, which is public. It's either outstanding, satisfactory, needs to improve, or substantial noncompliance. And I want to emphasize this point. Each bank that has a rating lower than satisfactory, they must cure that rating in a certain period of time. If they failed to do so, there will be corrective action. There is no tolerance for failing to comply with the CRA. All of our member banks located here have either outstanding or satisfactory ratings, and it shows that they meet the spirit of the CRA and they support the communities they serve. And here's just really quickly, this is how the FDIC explains the CRA. The law is intended to encourage depository institutions to help meet the credit needs of the communities in which they operate, including low and moderate income neighborhoods consistent with safe and sound banking operations. Additionally, New Hampshire laws require that out-of-state banks that do business with public funds, they have to have a presence here, they have to pay taxes here, and they have to lend into the community approximately as much as they take in deposits. Finally, many of you are familiar with the Small Business Administration, and they put out regular reports on their loan activity for their products. And we've included a few of those reports, and you can look at those. I encourage you to do so, and you'll see that the lion's share of those loans are done by banks with a presence here. So I think we're going to hear a little bit more about rates today. So just really quickly, I want to mention we've got a handout that shows the bank versus PDIP rate. If you look back 5 years, the 30-day Treasury is very close, in some cases higher. I would love to be able to list every bank and what their rates are, but we're not allowed to do that. We can get in trouble for doing so. So we use the 30-day Treasury as a guide, and the 30-day Treasury is something banks use to be an indicator for how to set their rates. During the Senate hearing, the treasurer also testified that she's getting as much as 5.25% at a bank. In 2020, when the PDIP rate was close to 0%, the asset manager started waiving its fees to show positive returns. And that's also included, a copy of that is in your packet. We've heard about how the pool creates competition, and that's why banks are able to offer the rates that they do. As was pointed out, though, in Maine and Vermont, neither state has a pool, and they have competitive rates there. I do want to talk a little bit about safety. We've heard this elsewhere. You may hear it later today. You'll hear that PDIP offers AAA rated investments, and they've never lost money in 31 years. And we are not arguing that these are not safe investments. But what we are arguing is PDIP funds are not insured, they are not secured, and they are not collateralized. Banks, however, through FDIC insurance, taxpayer funds are backed by the full faith and credit of the U.S. government up to $250 and beyond, and banks secure funds and banks collateralize funds. While PDIP funds are safe investments, there is still risk. In 1994, Orange County, California, they filed bankruptcy after its pool experienced large losses. In 2007, a Florida pool, which was the largest pool in the country at that time, had about 1,000 participants and $27 billion in assets. They had to pause redemptions due to a high volume of requests exhausting the liquid assets during the financial crisis. Their pool was created into two funds. Fund A allowed redemptions but put a limit on the request, and participants faced a 2% penalty if the redemption was above that limit. Fund B did not allow withdrawals until the assets matured, and the money was eventually paid back by 2014. More recently, in 2015, a similar government pool in Chicago experienced losses. You are probably also going to hear, and we've heard elsewhere, that there are only 3 AAA rated banks in New Hampshire. But we'd like to point out that this is really an apples and oranges comparison. Ratings are only required for debt issuances that are widely traded where the risk of loss is present. Generally speaking, community banks do not issue these type of debt securities, therefore most are not rated. And as we've said earlier, banks provide insurance and collateralization which protect taxpayer funds. You may be familiar with the state's annual comprehensive financial report, and in that document, it explains that all banks where the state has active accounts are monitored on their financial health using the VeriBank rating system, in which VeriBank is a bank rating firm, and the institution is expected to have the highest rating of green. If you look at the VeriBank ratings for banks in New Hampshire, you will find that 37 are green. Finally, I'd like to just point out that there are those that say that this legislation will end the pool. And this legislation is not intended for that. It's intended to level the playing field. It was amended in the Senate, so it would not impact the relationship the state has with the current fund manager. And as was mentioned earlier, there are 2 fund management companies around the country that have expressed interest in this legislation, that they are monitoring it. And we understand, at least for one of those companies, their model is to partner with banks. And so they would take public funds and place them in local banks. And yes, did you have a question, Mr. Chair? Is that my signal to?
I'm hoping, since at this moment, I will open the hearing on Senate Bill 499 and recess it till 3:30. So those of you that have come in here for Senate Bill 499, we won't get to that till at least 3:30. I'd also, since you hopefully have the big picture.
Yes.
As the banking association, I've never heard the figure I'm always seeking.
Yes.
You add 650 million to the loans that are already being made.
Yes.
What is the size of the loan already being made? Are you doubling the available funds? Are you adding 10%? Are you tripling it? These all have a big effect on what would happen. So what is the present loan from all the banks now?
Yes, absolutely. Do you want to take that, or do you want to?
So I don't have the exact number. I don't want to pretend I know this number off the top of my head, but roughly there's $50 billion worth of deposits in the state of New Hampshire. And if I would say certainly for main charter banks, we're loaned up at 90%, national banks not as much. So I'm going to say it's a range between 40 and $44 billion in loans.
Okay, that's significant, because I don't want this 600 million overcoming the market.
That will not happen.
So, where maybe risks would be taken that wouldn't be otherwise. Thank you very much for that figure. And do you have further, Mr. Logan?
If for brevity for time, I would just like to answer a few statements that have been said that will probably come out in this. So one of the comments about this bill and the concern is about the rate. And we've heard Brian and talk about the rate, and I won't get into a lot of facts, but I did work at a Maine community bank for 15 years before I was in New Hampshire, and I can assure you that the competition in Maine for municipal deposits is very strong, and the rates are very similar. Secondly, I think when we look at what Brian's study said, I thought it was logical that if we invested our dollars in New Hampshire, it was going to provide a greater return for our communities. We commissioned a study so we could prove that fact. For someone just to say they think the facts and figures around it are not logical, I'm not sure is a just response.
Thank you.
Two other so open market. So there's questions about whether or not this is not allowing a free market or open market. Senate Bill 102 in 1992 built this fund. That is not an open market. So initially it was built by the government. So if the fund wasn't there, it would be an open market. And lastly, I would just talk about CRA. Lots of questions about whether or not the dollars will be spent here in New Hampshire. I'm going to extrapolate Bank of New Hampshire numbers for CRA. If I extrapolate what we have for business loans, donations, and volunteer hours over the last 2 years, we would do $1.1 billion in commercial loans. We'd have $13 million in donations and 33,000 volunteer hours. So my question to you would be, what has PFM done for our communities?
Thank you. Questions from the committee? Representative Popovici Mueller.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll be very brief. What are you saying right now that you have high quality loans that you'd like to make and you do not have the funds to make?
I think today with where community banks are, with the leverage ratios, the loan deposit ratios, people have to decide how to use their resources. A bank's raw materials are deposits. We take our raw materials to make loans, right, for a manufacturing company. So when we have fewer deposits, it's harder to make loans. So it forces you to make more choices.
So at this point, you are saying that you would need more capital to make more loans of the same quality that you are making today or not? I'm just trying to understand.
I can only comment on Bank of New Hampshire.
Yes, on your
for Bank of New Hampshire, yes, I can make more loans at the same quality.
Thank
and
you.
not increase the risk profile of our bank.
Representative Hacken Phillips.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you both for taking my question. First, I just wanted to say, as someone who sat inside a financial institution's boardroom during the 08-09 financial crisis in Chicago, I can tell you the importance of the Community Reinvestment Act and the real positive impact it can make on a community. So I appreciate all the hard work that your lending institutions and member organizations contribute to our state through that work. I was wondering if you could just take a moment to explain the ICS in a little bit more detail to help folks here on the committee who may have some concern about potential risk-taking above the $250,000 FDIC insured threshold limits.
So ICS is a program that was developed, I'm guessing 20 years ago, give or take. It wasn't around in 1990. And I'll break it down to real simple terms. So FDIC insurance is $250,000. So if there was $1 million deposit, $750,000 or 3 chunks of $250,000 would be shipped out to other banks that have FDIC insurance. That they would then send back $750,000 to Bank of New Hampshire. So Bank of New Hampshire would still have the $1 million, but it would have full insurance because it would be split up amongst 4 different banks. I won't go into a lot of detail, but if that suffices for time.
Further questions from committee member, Representative Edwards.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm looking at the bill, and the bill basically would mandate that all funds held by the public deposit investment pool be invested or deposited within the state of New Hampshire, and that all funds held by a public deposit investment pool are insured or collateralized. The second part of that makes eminent sense to me. Insurance and collateralization makes perfect sense. Would this bill still be effective and useful, in your opinion, if we struck the requirement that everything be invested or deposited within the state of New Hampshire? That's what sounds anti-competitive to me.
I mean, I would say that I don't think we see it as being anti-competitive, but understand that your perspective, Representative. The collateralization piece is really the one that contributes to the unlevel playing field. I think it would be preferred to see some of the funds stay within New Hampshire, but we understand that this legislation is in your possession to do with what you will. So the collateralization is really important. And of course, we'd like to see some funds work in New Hampshire. And there are other models. I mentioned one of the fund managers and that's interested in this legislation, and they have a presence in other states where there is a in-state requirement, not at 100%, but there is an in-state requirement.
Representative Abel for a question, then Representative McGuire.
Yes, very quick one. I don't know if you can answer this question, and thank you for being here. Of the states in the country that have PDIPs, how many of them would you say restrict the investments to in-state banks?
I don't know. I couldn't answer that. I know that there are states that have some limitations, a handful. I've learned that there is New York and Iowa, and my understanding is Indiana, they have some requirement to have a presence that the funds have to stay in state. My understanding is that there are also different types of funds, meaning that there's a prime funds where commercial paper is an acceptable type of investment in other funds. And then there are what's known as govy funds, which would be securities, repurchase agreements, and bank products. So there are probably others that can speak better to that.
Representative McGuire for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You said that when a dollar is deposited, 90 cents gets lent out. But my understanding of fractional reserve banking is different, that when a dollar is deposited, the Fed lets banks loan out $2 or $1.50 or something else. Isn't that right?
I think what you're talking about is about the money multiplier. That wouldn't be on the bank's balance sheet, but the money multiplier would be once it gets lent out and then that company gets it, they then reinvest it. No? I'm sorry. I guess I mean, we certainly for a bank, the loan deposit ratios are not multiples above 100%.
Thank you. And may I follow? Yes.
Well,
So I want to push back a little on your answer to Representative Popovich-Muller, and that is you're currently lending out, say, $50 billion, some amount, right? And presumably, those are to the most credit-worthy borrowers. And so if you add extra money to be lent out, wouldn't those necessarily go to people that did not qualify for the money you're currently lending out, namely the worst borrowers? So wouldn't the net effect of this be to increase the fraction of your loans that are non-performing?
So I would disagree with that statement because of the fact that there's been a limit on deposits, so banks have had to make choices certainly over the past several years as liquidity has gotten tighter in the market. So there has been well qualified borrowers that have struggled to get the capital they wanted. So I don't believe it's going to downstream to less worthy borrowers.
Further questions from committee members? Seeing none, thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you.
Now we're going to hear from many of the opposed people. We'll first call on Chuck Nickerson from New Hampshire Association of Counties, someone I am well familiar with.
Good afternoon. Thank you for having me.
You got to hit red.
Hit red. There you go.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Thank you for having me. My name is Chuck Nickerson. I'm the finance director for Rockham County, and I'm representing the New Hampshire Association of Counties. And I guess contrary to what testimony we've already had so far, I would actually disagree that this bill as written to me will indeed mean the end of the PDIP. The reason is that if I'm investing funds and there's going to be a fee for a fund manager, why would I go to the PDIP if I'm gonna, unless I'm gonna go to, T-bills or whatever, I'm just gonna put the money directly in the bank. So to me, this would mean the end of the pool. I'm in Rockham County. We have only a relatively small amount, But I can say that if this bill goes through, then I'd be recommending to my Board of Commissioners and to the treasurer for us to pull our money out and go elsewhere. Because I have a fiduciary responsibility to my county, to my county's taxpayers, and just like all the other 9 counties do as well. So again, why would I put money in the pool if it's going to mean less of a net return versus just going to the bank directly? So that's a primary reason why the Association of Counties is opposed to this. Also, again, just from a general, fiduciary for the county, this does limit diversification. It does. And as far as the monies going outside the state, I mean, I'm using any little bit of excess, return that the county's getting to actually not have to have as much raised in taxes. So while it's not directly benefiting, it could be said that's not directly benefiting the taxpayers in a way it is, because I'm using any bit of extra return to not ask for as much in taxes from the commissioners, from the delegation. So that's, those are key points. And again, just from the standpoint of diversification, that's always a good rule if you can. But this, again, takes out fully one option that is currently available to the counties, to municipalities. I know for Rockland County alone, it'd be, it is a lesser rate of return. It is, as far as if it was fully in banks versus the current PDIP rate. For our 2 million roughly investment, it'd mean like $40,000 annual decrease from when I was able to compare it to the existing regular depository rates that we have currently, or at least during the period of time that I analyzed this for the last year and a half. So those are the primary reasons why the New Hampshire Association of Counties is against this bill, and I welcome any questions.
Questions from committee members? Representative Mooney.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for being here. It was suggested an amendment to this bill that the portion regarding being within New Hampshire be removed, but the rest of that sentence remain. Would the New Hampshire Association of Counties support that amendment?
Again, it comes down to if we're being restricted, again, diversification wise, if it's going to have to go into banks per se, because I believe it still basically says banks, that if it's going to mean less of a return and I'm paying a fee basically to a middle person, I'm going to pull the money out. So not necessarily would that make enough of a difference.
Thank you. Representative Popovich.
I'm a bit confused, so I want to clarify the previous question. The question was about whether the only thing that the bill does says that funds have to be insured or collateralized, nothing else. Would you then still be opposed?
Well, in a way, that almost implies investment in banks. That almost implies, as far as being fully collateralized, that almost implies investment.
Insured or collateralized, there are ways to guarantee basically there would be a small cost involved, but you would have a lesser risk of losing funds in the event of a meltdown. Again, is that just that by itself something that you would oppose or not?
It would be I don't think it's enough. I mean,
Thank you.
And one thing I would like to say as well, if I could, is that as far as, there being risk, as far as, yes, the PDIP investments right now, obviously they're not collateralized just by nature of what the investments are. However, to my knowledge, there has not been an issue with any town, city, county having issues withdrawing their funds as they have required or not required to have requested of the pool. That's my understanding since its creation.
Representative Hall for a question.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Earlier, the question was asked, what if this policy was one that allowed for 2 concurrent funds that were administered, right? One that was New Hampshire centric within, and one that was our current traditional fund administration. Would you, as the county representative, have the same concerns if people had the choice which fund to put money into?
I mean, if there was a choice, but again, if the allegation is being made that, well, then that still allows for not to be a fair playing field, then we might be back here again with another bill to
follow up
again, request for that.
Right, but if you had a say in how that money was, right?
It would still allow for the current option.
Yes.
To invest, whether it's in state or out of state. you know, whether or not, you know, not fully collateralized.
Mhm.
So obviously, if the existing option is still available, then yes, that would have an effect.
Okay.
I
Yeah.
feel.
Thank you. Further questions from committee members? Seeing none? Thank you, Mr.
Thank you.
Nickerson. We'll see you again.
Yes.
We'll next call on Katja Frock, PFM Asset Management. And also I see Mike McLaughlin. I have cards from both of you from PFM. Thank you for coming together. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. It's Mike McLaughlin. I'm a lawyer and lobbyist in Concord with Katja Frock, who is the director of PFM, who is the administrator of the fund. A quick history on the fund. The fund was created years ago because cities, towns, trustees, and trust funds could not invest in the instruments that were being invested by the state or by the New Hampshire retirement system. So before the PIP came into position, the cities and towns had nowhere to go with the money but to banks. And at that time, the banks were faltering, and the PIP was put together to help get the cities and towns some opportunities. There are 240 individual investors in the PIP. And the thing that I think needs to be remembered is, while we're talking about global terms where a Manchester and Nashua can walk into a bank with $20 million and say, what kind of a deal can I get? Wilton or Wolfboro or Warner comes in with their $50,000 or $100,000, and they don't have the same power. The public deposit investment pool provides every single investor with the same return. The return is available publicly, and they're shareholders. So what we have here is really our own mutual fund created by the legislature. The shareholders own those securities. The diversification is where the protection comes in. I'll let Katja talk a little bit about the technicalities of the fund, but we need to remember it's the small towns and cities, the trustees of cemeteries, the libraries, the water commissions who are putting money to work, one who need the PIP more than the large cities. There were some comments about the money not working in New Hampshire. If you put $100,000 into the PIP and you pick up 20,000 or 5, whatever you get on the interest rate back to your city, that money goes right to your town. It works directly in the town. If you take that money away, every dollar that's taken away is a dollar replaced by property taxes or reduction in services. There's no other alternative for the city or town or the trustees of the library or the water commission. They'll have to reduce services. There is a little bit of a myth here about banks, and my wife was a banker for 30 years. Small businesses, if you give the banks $600 million or even $60 million, there's a process they have to go through to qualify that credit. This doesn't mean that they're going to make loans to bad credit. They're just not going to get through the system. It's a situation that in 553, there's absolutely no requirement to make those commercial loans or the retail loans. There's no metric in this bill to ever find out what happened. There's no reporting back. You'll never know what happened. And the reality of the loss of return measured to the promises of an economic report, I think weigh in the favor of the cities and towns who get the money. The economic report is intellectually sound. It was paid for by the bankers. The numbers extrapolate, but we'll never know what happened. So if you want to put that money out under 553, you will, as a finance committee, have no idea where it went or what happened. So we think that the bill, the PDIP has done a great job. Diversification is a safety. There was comments about failed pools by the bankers, which is very, works in their favor. But here in New Hampshire, that pool has never lost 1 cent, even in 2008, and even during the COVID crisis, where they continue to make returns. Now, I will let Katja take over as a director of the fund and give you some of the details, and quickly. Appreciate it.
All right. Thank you, everyone, for having me here today. So I just want to answer a couple of questions. So PFM Asset Management, we're an SEC registered investment advisor. And what that means is through our contract with the state to manage the New Hampshire Public Deposit Investment Pool, we do have a fiduciary responsibility to the beneficiaries of the pool. Additionally, there have been a lot of questions today about collateral. And collateral and FDIC insurance, as Mr. Nickerson was just trying to describe, are things that apply to banks. So the New Hampshire Public Deposit Investment Pool PDIP, the pool, it's not a bank. It doesn't operate like a bank, and it shouldn't be treated like a bank. So collateral in the state of New Hampshire can be a variety of things. One of those things that collateral can be is a portfolio of securities. When you look at what the pool is investing directly in, and so as Mr. McLaughlin just mentioned, when you invest $1 into the pool, you become a shareholder. And by that way, you directly invest into securities. So the pool itself follows not only state statute, state investment statute, but also the investment policy that's been established through the banking commissioner originally, the state treasurer currently, and an advisory committee. So all of those folks have input on what the fund can actually invest in. So what those include are all the same securities, virtually the same securities, that the banks can today post as collateral for the account. So when you're looking at it from a risk perspective, they're very similar. You wouldn't necessarily, so in the pool's case, what you'd be asking if you still allowed the investment policy to exist is for the pool to buy a treasury to secure a treasury. Just simply wouldn't be the case. So I think there's a couple of unintended consequences of this bill. I don't think the intent of Senator Rosenwald was necessarily to try to put the pool out of business, as folks have said today. But I think it's a possibility. It's a real possibility because of what Mr. Nickerson just said. So when you hire an investment manager, you pay them a fee. And that investment manager can and will go out and negotiate rates based on what the investment policy is with those banks. But the question then becomes is, does that fee, additional fee that's paid on top of that, make the pool less competitive? Does it inhibit its ability to be competitive? And we do think that it will. Another unintended consequence here of this bill is that rather than allowing local towns to choose what kind of risk they're comfortable with their investments, you're actually imposing investment restrictions and limitations on them and additional risks that the state itself doesn't currently take on. So those are a couple of the unintended consequences of this bill as well. So I'd be happy to answer any questions you may
I'll
have.
jump in for 1 second. One of the ironies sitting here today is several weeks ago, the bankers and the BAA came in and testified against House Bill 1267, which was against diversity in the investments of the New Hampshire retirement system. So on that day, they were for diversity, and here they're creating less diversity. I think it's somewhat ironic.
Thank you. Representative Popovici Mueller.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for being here and taking questions. A question about the cost of the potential, the potential cost that would be imposed on you if we decide to require you to collateralize or insure. I'm looking at your, pool of investments, and it seems that it's securities with a maximum weighted average maturity to reset of 60 days or less.
Correct.
Given the very short time, the very short age of the portfolio, it doesn't look like that collateralization should be particularly expensive for you guys. What are your thoughts on that?
So again, as an investment product, collateralization's not applicable. You're invested directly into those securities.
Fully understood. But if the state decided that its policy is that everything that the municipality invests in has to be collateralized, I'm asking about that. If we decide to do that, how much of a cost burden would be that to you in terms of your ability to secure the type of collateralization if we required it?
So in order to purchase a treasury to secure a treasury, we'd basically have twice the cost there. Because you'd have to buy that same treasury to secure that same treasury in that circumstance.
Okay, thank you.
Further questions from committee? We have 12 more people waiting to speak on this. If you're all going to spend 2 minutes asking questions, we'll be here 2 hours more, especially when you've heard some of the questions answered before. So, and right now there's 13 opposed and 5 for. So, thank you very much. And we'll next call Gregory Heath from Canterbury Trust Funds.
So I'm going to waive my time as my
Appreciate it.
issues have been addressed.
Thank you. Appreciate it very much. Carrie Cleve from Coos County.
Good afternoon, Chairman Weiler and representatives. My name is Carrie Klebe, and I am the Director of Finance for Coos County for the past 11 years and the Treasurer for the Town of Columbia for 5 years. The county and Columbia oppose SB 553 as amended. Most of the municipalities in Coos use a mixture of investments with New Hampshire PDIP and local banks. This combination works well for our investment needs in rural New Hampshire. I would like to refer to the Commissioner's letter and highlight a few points. We have a letter that was written by our county commissioners. I believe it was submitted. A cursory review of earned interest from the New Hampshire Public Investment Pool, PDIP, investments by Coos County municipalities shows nearly 500,000 at risk, with the biggest exposure to the county, Berlin, Gorham, and Pittsburgh. Additionally, Colebrook earned $17,675, Columbia $15,855, Dummer $14,961, Errol $5,652, Northumberland $14,000, Shelburne $13,000, and Stark $25,472.
Okay, I hope we don't do the
No,
whole county.
I'm done. That was in 2023. Those are not inconsequential amounts for small rural towns in northern New Hampshire, which unfortunately has the highest poverty rate in the state at 13% and a much more challenging tax base than downstate. And this is by no means all inclusive, since this only includes interest income from some of the towns and does not include the school districts. But the point of this is that SB 553 isn't market oriented. It is anti-competitive and certainly not the New Hampshire way. If it passes, it will in effect neuter New Hampshire PDIP and make it obsolete. In return, we are very concerned it will severely impact the finances of the county and virtually all the towns.
Thank you very much.
I have a couple more. Try to be really quick. Make no mistake, this will have ramifications to taxpayers. There was a clear rationalization for the establishment of the PDIP, and it was proven to work very effectively for many municipalities since 1993. If it's not broken, why fix it? The commissioners want to know if the Bankers Association or the legislator will guarantee Coos County and its towns a revenue neutral return on its investments for the next 3 years based on the last 3 years' returns. Further, there will be a guarantee that small business loans in Coos County will increase from this legislation. And how much of the $24 million in increased state and local revenues in 2025 will be for Coos?
Thank you.
We urge this legislation to bring the various stakeholders together in a study to committee to determine the efficacy of the bankers'
If
economic
you could
claims.
leave us the copies of the written testimony, I'll be sure that everybody sees it.
Thank you.
Next call on Dave Karen from Town of Derry.
Good afternoon. Thank you for your time. I did email my testimony to the
Appreciate it.
committee before noon time. I'll just, a couple highlights, is
Thank
that the
you.
town of Derry invests about 25% of its assets in PDIP, and the remaining 75% stays with 6 various banks, either in New Hampshire or Massachusetts, and that bank in Mass is licensed to do business in New Hampshire. With PDIP rate is about 5.5%. The rates we get from the New Hampshire banks range from 2.92 to 5.37. Our weighted average for the other banks outside of PDIP is 3.98%. If PDIP no longer be able to give us a competitive rate, it would result in Derry losing, depending upon how you measure it, the next highest bank that could accept all our deposits, or our weighted average. Derry would lose between $75,000 and $521,000 a year based on this legislation. Now, I understand this study which was conducted exhorts a large return statewide, and that's why it's fundamentally flawed. Because what you have is you have different communities with different asset sizes through PDIP being required to deposit in an in-state bank. And I'm not an economist, but I know is that when you have oversupply, the price goes down. When you have overdemand, the price goes up. And what our concern is that Derry is a tax cap. And as a town, as opposed to the school and the county, the town receives 33 cents of every dollar which we generate. So in order to recover my losses of $75,000 to $521,000, we would have to generate an additional $11 million to $75 million in property development. And just to put that in perspective, when we build our budget every year, we anticipate $20 million in additional development. So therefore, our new development, to hold dairy harmless by having PDIP no longer being competitive, we'd have to increase our development by between 50% and fourfold. And so, again, I've got a lot more information, but you folks can read. And, I just think that this legislation is ill-advised. The process has worked great for 30 years. It is not collateralized. We are very comfortable with that because it's overseen by the state treasurer and a committee of folks, including members of the Bankers Association, is a very conservative investment vehicle. One additional request. This is a very important issue, and I appreciate everybody's creativity talking about amendments. My request is that you vote to inexpediently legislate. If you don't, then please send it to interim study. It's way too important to, with all due respect, do amendments on the fly, not knowing the total fiscal consequences to our community. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for giving us some solid numbers. Do you have a question?
No, I just wanted his testimony.
Oh, he's written, you have written testimony, and he said he sent it to us.
Submit it on your portal this morning.
Okay, very good.
It's on the computer. Thank you, sir.
Thanks so much.
Todd Selleck, Town Manager from Durham. And the gentleman with you,
Yes, sir. My name is Curtis Register. I'm a town councilor for the town of Durham.
have you filled out a pink card as well?
No, sir. I didn't know I needed to fill out a separate one since we're speaking at the same time.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, members of the committee. I've submitted testimony. You have the yellow copies here. I emailed them too as well, and I won't repeat what I've already sent you. But I wanted to just indicate that the town of Durham is very much against this bill. We would agree with my colleague David Karen from the town of Derry that this is too important an issue to try to adjust on the fly. If there's a desire to do that, we'd recommend you send it to interim study. I want to just paint for you a picture of what it's like at the local level. Many, many communities are very small. They have limited resources. They have limited expertise, and it's challenging for them to shop around for the best interest rate. Often, they also don't have the size of deposits that are needed to garner a high rate. Unlike the city of Manchester or Nashua, perhaps the city of Concord, where you have the resources and you have the dollars, you can walk into Citizens Bank and say, I'd like a good rate. And if you can't, you find a better rate somewhere else. For many of our 234 towns and cities, that's just not the case. So the New Hampshire Public Deposit Investment Pool allows for a very easy transaction between inexperienced local officials looking for a safe place to invest their money at a high rate of return. You heard earlier from one of the speakers that there's a moral argument in play here to invest money in the state of New Hampshire. I would argue on behalf of localities that the moral argument is to invest local dollars. Some are tax receipts, some are donations the town might receive, some are bequests the town has received for the perpetual care of grave sites, cemeteries, scholarships. Some are capital improvement project monies that have been put aside. The fiduciary responsibility is to find the highest rate of return in a prudent way. And that's what communities try to do. And to limit that by forcing the communities to only be able to deal with the banks is a challenge, I think. The PDIP allows the performance of that goal to maximize those local dollars. Now, in terms of the projections within the Gottlob study, I have a lot of respect for Brian Gottlob. He's outstanding. I believe that much of what he's outlined is highly speculative. And I wanted to read to you an email that I received today from a select person in the town of Newfields. This is from, hold on a moment. I'm sorry. Michael Sununu. Right. What is this legislation intended to do? Can it really be based on a speculative notion that the banks would reinvest the funds in New Hampshire businesses and therefore provide economic benefits beyond the returns provided by the pool? If this was the case, then why do many of the banks in the state park their excess reserves in the Federal Reserve System, providing no economic benefit for the state? And why would anyone believe that providing them with hundreds of millions of dollars in deposits taken from the pool wouldn't result in those banks evaluating the risk return on investing those funds and doing what they do with their excess funds now? In fact, as fiduciaries, the bank managers and board members have, in capital letters, to take that into consideration and won't automatically just open the spigots for local businesses. And if there are better ways to put those funds to work, they will buy MBSs, U.S. Treasuries, or deposit the funds in a bank in another state that is providing an excellent interest rate. Remember, too, that these funds are fungible and that once put into the banks, you will have no way of ensuring that the pool funds are turned into the local loans or if they are the deposits used to buy more U.S. Treasuries. I'd also note that to the extent that municipalities are able to maximize the rate of return, that's all money we put back into our local communities. So if you allow the pool to maximize the rate, it empowers municipalities, school districts, trustees of the trust funds, etc., to reinvest back in their local communities. And that, I anticipate, would drive the same level of business. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Thank you very much. Appreciate you coming. Representative Edwards.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to come back around to your comfort level professionally with the risk that this fund is currently exposed to. Are you satisfied that that the riskiness of the investments of these funds let you sleep at night, or does it exceed your risk tolerance?
They allow us to sleep at night. It was the banking commissioner until a year ago, I believe, and now the New Hampshire treasurer, assisted by other board members established by statute who manage that pool. They do a very good job. And I actually wrote to the fund manager, who you heard from earlier today, with a series of questions, and I have her responses in the yellow packet that I've provided. But
Thank you very much.
I asked about this issue of collateralization, and her answer was, there's no requirement, nor should there be, to collateralize investments in the pool, simply because of the direct nature of the investments. A purchase of securities issued by the United States, a federal agency, commercial paper, etc., differs from bank deposits in that NHPDIP and investors by way of the pool, the municipalities, own the security itself. Collateralization of bank deposits are required because of the uncertainty regarding the ability of the banks to always have cash on hand or the ability to make cash available for your withdrawals. Funds deposited into the banks are either loaned out or invested in the bank's own accounts. The securities banks invest in are the same generally kinds of securities that the pool invests in.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
No further questions. We'll next call on Representative Jim, I think it's Tierney from Groveton. Sorry, I didn't realize there was a rep here.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, members, for hearing my testimony. I would like first to correct one thing that the treasurer or the finance officer from Coos County said. Groveton, Northumberland, on one account made that $14,600 figure, she said. The total amount on all funds invested in PDIP exceeded $100,000 that the town made. Okay. As far as PDIP goes, it's an investment, just like any investment any of you have got in mutual funds. It is perfectly safe at this time. Yes, if there's a meltdown in the stock market around the world, yep, we will suffer a loss, but so will everybody else. We have no problems with this at all, and I liked Carrie's statement. If it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Thank you
That's
very
all
much.
I got.
Appreciate the brevity. Thank you.
Okay.
Timothy L., I think it's Rucker from Keene School District, and if I said your name wrong, please.
Sure.
I apologize and correct me.
Thank you, Chairman Wayman and all the representatives. I'm Tim Rohr. Handwriting's not great. But I've been doing, I'm a CFO at Keene School District. I represent a number of districts. I'll try to be brief and not go over what everybody has said. There's been a number of good points,
Good.
but I think I have a perspective that will help. One of the things that make the information that's coming out suspect to me is that in reality, I've used the pool on and off since 2001. 5 years ago, you would have seen my balance at zero. Their rates were terrible. Now you'll see my balance is about $7 million. Rates are pretty good. My balance for one of the school districts that I oversee. But every dime that goes through PDIP eventually goes through my bank. So there's not 600 million extra. There's 600 million currently, but most of those funds will eventually run through a bank to be spent and become part of the deposits in a bank. So this assumption that it's an additional 600 million is not true. There are some funds I leave in there that, you know, people have cemetery funds that stay in there for a long time, but to spend them, it's not a bank. They're all going through. They're reaping the rewards from those deposits eventually. But also that interest rates are the same. I have a lot of bargaining power. I have districts with no bargaining power. This was created to give us, we don't have a level playing field. If this was your money, if you were putting 75 million through your personal account, would you like New Hampshire to tell you you can only use a bank? You would lose out on lots of money. And in this case, that's what we're talking about. They created a small, little riskier pool so that we can get returns of taxpayers' money for taxpayers. For us, it means for Keene alone this year, no projections, I would lose $300,000 that would directly go to taxpayers through property tax. I was able to lower the property tax ask by $300,000 of tax rate setting that I would not. And I'm going to go tell them, but don't worry, you're going to have to, I'm raising that next year, but don't worry, it's going to be vested in New Hampshire. You'll be fine. I mean, this pool was created by a very smart body like yourselves to help us, to help the taxpayer, and to shoot ourselves in the foot for the name of helping New Hampshire is not smart. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your brevity. All right, next call, Annette Marquis, Town of Carroll.
Thank you for your time. I'm glad of my testimony has already been given, but I'm Annette Marquis from the Town of Carroll. I'm the treasurer, and I'm speaking on behalf of myself and our 3 selectmen that we oppose this bill. I won't reiterate a lot of what's said.
Thank you.
I certainly agree, but I'm here to give a reality check. On the first item, we heard them talk about ICS accounts where they sweep money out over the $250,000. When I look at my bank statement every month and they sweep our excess money out, it goes to about 20 different banks. Not one of those banks is located in New Hampshire. Not one. The second thing that I want to testify to is we talk about the leverage that the pool gives us to negotiate loans and to negotiate interest rates. Well, our school has a $24 million budget that goes through one account. My town has a budget of $7 million. I used the pool and I received for the town $150,000 in interest this year. The school does not use the pool. They use one bank and they got $4,700. Last year, they got $2,200. It gives us leverage. Please don't take away our leverage.
Thank you very much. All right, let's hear from a couple of people who support the bill. Dave Juve from the BIA.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For the record, my name is Dave Jouet. I'm a Senior Vice President with the Business and Industry Association. We represent state employers here at the legislature. We are here in favor of this bill. There's been a lot of comments from those opposing it saying if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Those of us who support this legislation are not suggesting something's broken and needs to be fixed. We're suggesting that there's a lot of money that would be available to create economic development in New Hampshire that is not currently doing so. That's my simple point. You'll be happy to hear I have written testimony that I will leave with the assistant.
Thank you. You've testified often enough to know how it works. Clay Adams from Mascoma Bank.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have submitted written testimony and I will not read it, but I will just make a few points based on the conversation that's happened here today. Mascoma is a New Hampshire chartered institution based in Lebanon. We're $3 billion in assets with over 400 people, and most of our operations are in New Hampshire, but we also operate in Vermont and Maine. And I think that gives me a unique perspective to be able to offer that the deposit environment in those states that do not have investment pools is highly competitive. We see that even more so in some of those states, in certain places, even more so paying rates higher than the pool is currently offering in New Hampshire. So I think the fair market works very well, even in the absence of a pool, which is not what the Bankers Association is saying should happen. And so therefore, what I would argue is that given that competitiveness, the numbers you are hearing cited from municipalities are not going to drop to zero. The return is still going to be there. And in addition to that return, it will allow us as banks to continue funding very solid loans, as Representative McGuire inquired, not that there is more demand for than there is capital today, and not marginal loans. We see that throughout our market, and I can attest that that is critically important. On the matter of ICS, we are a big user of that service. It was created by a gentleman named Gene Ludwig, who was the former comptroller of the currency for the U.S. It is, I would say, a sophisticated product that allows us to participate in these reciprocal deposits. So yes, they are held by banks from around the country, but we hold their reciprocating deposits with us, which allows us to put those dollars to work in New Hampshire. They are not being held by someone else and invested elsewhere. They are being invested locally. That, I think, is critically important to understand. The other thing that I think is an important point, and we have dozens and dozens of municipal customers and hundreds of millions of dollars on deposit with them. We as a community bank operate and compete on price, but also service. And what we find with many of those municipalities of all varieties and levels of government is that some are absolutely rate seeking, maximizing people. Others need it for other reasons. They need flexibility. So there are municipalities or levels of government that want to have operating accounts where there's quick access. That is not a high rate fund, just as we as consumers wouldn't. You would have a checking account and a savings account. Those that are more rate seeking work with us and their local banks to find, how do I maximize my rate? And PDIP is always out there. And that is hanging right over our heads, less the cost of what it cost us to insure these deposits to make sure that they are safe. So I think those are some of the points that I would like to make, and I just want to thank you for your time, your consideration of this bill.
Question?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for the question. So just to clarify what you first said, are you suggesting that the non-time deposit interest rates paid in Maine and Vermont exceed the rates paid by the
We see
current-
that in some places, yes. So those are states without pools.
When you say some places, can you be more specific?
I think you might see it in more urban areas like a Portland or a Burlington than you would in other areas where there are just more financial institutions. That's not to say that we're not serving our other smaller communities equally as well.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Yep.
Further questions? Seeing none. Next here from Dan Lynch, City of Dover, opposing the bill.
Good afternoon, Honorable Chairman Weiler. It's been a little bit of time since I've
Yes, it has.
testified in front of you and members of the House Finance Committee. I'm Dan Lynch. I currently have 32 years of combined experience in New Hampshire municipal and government finance. I was working in the town of Merrimack. I started in February 1992. So I've been using the pool since its inception. I've used it at Merrimack, I've used it in Raymond, and currently I'm the finance director in the city of Dover, and we use it there. Through the pool last year, our fiscal year 2023, we generated almost $1 million from our investments in the pool. That's about 33 cents on our tax rate. If you're in favor of increasing property tax at the local level, then vote for this bill, because that's what's going to happen. I don't know any other way to look at it. The purported benefits of the proposed legislation are speculative at best. To my knowledge, the report done by Polycon has never been vetted by a municipality county, school district to say, hey, what's the offsetting impact of doing this? There's no obligations noted in 553 to require the banks to make loans spur this supposed economic benefit that the Polycon report perpetuates. The likelihood is that municipalities, the bigger municipalities, like Dover, Manchester, Nashua, will seek direct banking relationships in lieu of PDIP. In Dover, we were already talking about that before this bill came forward. And once the bill came forward, we said, okay, we're going to hold off and see what's going on. Once the corpus of the PDIP becomes too small, the pool will cease to exist. Economically, it just won't be viable. You have to note that there's 10 depositors in the pool that represent close to 50% of the pool. One of those I can pretty guarantee is the state. And I can tell you a second one is the city of Dover. So if this passes, the city of Dover, I'm recommending to the city manager and the council, we go out on our own again. And maybe we pool with a couple other communities to get better rates. So now, what happens? The pool ceased to exist. What's the impact of state treasury operations? State treasury provides almost all of the money from the state to municipalities through the PDIP. So almost every community was required to set up a PDIP account. There's no checks generated anymore. It's all electronically done. What would be the fees to go back to issuing checks, or the fees that would be generated in a regular banking relationship for wire transfers? There are no fees in PDIP. Let's take a few seconds, because I know time's of the essence. How do we go from 250 million in the pool all of a sudden to 600 million? Well, in the last 2 years, there's been a huge influx of what everybody calls ARPA money. Communities don't have to rush out the door to spend that. They have to obligate it by this December 31st, and then they have 2 more years to spend that. So let's take ARPA out of the equation. That drops that 600 million. Let's talk about trustees of trust funds and what they can invest in. They have capital reserve funds and they have trust funds. They can invest with a bank or brokerage firm to establish their own little investment direct buyings and results. So that further erodes that 600 million. And in the scheme of things, if this bill was to pass, you'd probably be back to about that $250 million range, maybe even less. What's the economic benefit? I will provide my written comments to the LBA clerks.
Appreciate it. Good to see you again.
Good to see you.
Questions from the committee? Last card I have is from Aubrey Friedman. Thank you for your patience.
I filled it up for $4.99.
Ah, we're done. I see that, wait, I see the treasurer. Did she wish to comment?
Official testimony, but I'll be happy to answer questions.
Anyone have any questions for our treasurer? Representative McGuire would like to ask you a question. And I have several pages.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Madam Treasurer, for coming.
Good afternoon.
How is it that you choose the place that this money gets invested, or the manager of the fund?
It is in statute that we need to issue an RFP to select the advisor. That was prior to my time. That was done by the banking department in 2020, when that was the last time we had when that contract was established with the current advisor.
Yeah, follow up. So that's every 5 years or something like
Yes,
that?
yes, I'm sorry, yes.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
All right. Any further questions? Representative Popovici Mueller.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for being here and for being willing to answer questions. When is the current contract expiring?
Yes, so that the amendment I work with the Senate, with Senator Rosenwald on the amendment because that's now the bill has the time of if this bill were to pass, the new program will start on June 2020 or 25. That's when the contract expires. So the bill right now is, as amended, is designed that if this bill were to pass, we will have about a year to work on finding, essentially issue an RFP to try to find an investment advisor that will be able to run this program with the current requirements. And if we can't find an advisor that is able to do that, then we'll come back to you to perhaps readjust the bill.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Treasurer. All right. I have the sign-up sheet. Some of these people have already testified.
I think she's done.
Thank you, Madam Treasurer.
My pleasure. I'll be happy to come back and answer additional questions, sir.
There may be someone that goes to Division One. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you.
Okay. So, interesting, the pink cards, I think I counted 5 for and 12 against. With the sign-up sheet, it was 23 for and 12 against. So we're about where we were before. This is a very puzzling proposal. I thank you all for your attendance. We'll close the hearing, and it will be going again, I think, May 7th to Division 1 for further testimony.
Okay.
So now, as soon as we clear out a little bit, we have Senate Bill 499, which I said I'd begin at 3:30, but it's a little later than that. So Senate Bill 499, has Senator Whitley come back?
Yes.
Very good. All right. So we'll open the hearing on Senate Bill 499 and recognize Senator Whitley to introduce the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon, members of the committee. It's been a long afternoon for you. For the record, my name is Becky Whitley. I'm honored to represent District 15, which you're sitting in right now, the wonderful city of Concord and the surrounding towns of Bow and Hopkinton. Today, I'm proud to introduce to you the bipartisan Hunger-Free New Hampshire Act, Senate Bill 499. So I'm also passing around sort of a cheat sheet for you. This is a comprehensive bill to address hunger in New Hampshire, so I wanted you to have this cheat sheet. So just to put this bill into context, I would say unequivocally that there are a few issues that keep me up at night more than food insecurity in our state. It really does seem unimaginable to me in a state like ours, but far too many people in New Hampshire just do not have enough food for themselves or their families. In October 2023, over half of New Hampshire children and 44% of adults living in households that reported having insufficient foods. That's staggering. No one should have to wonder where their next meal will come from. Yet far too many Granite Staters have to choose between food and other critical needs like medicine, electricity, or even childcare. I would ask that for a moment you put yourselves in the shoes of a parent who has to put their children to bed hungry. As the parent of a 10-year-old, I can't even imagine that feeling. Or put yourselves in the shoes of an elderly parent or grandparent who has worked their entire lives, yet struggles to make ends meet and has to choose between a roof over their head and groceries. We simply can't ignore that hunger is happening in New Hampshire. But I would say that we are not helpless to solve this problem. We know how to fix the problem of hunger and food insecurity. We just need the political will to make that happen. The bill before you today includes a comprehensive set of measures to reduce food insecurity for children, people with disabilities, and older adults in New Hampshire. And this is smart policy because it will support our schools, leverage federal dollars which support New Hampshire's local economy, and invest in New Hampshire's economic future. The first step in this process is ensuring that everyone who is eligible for existing federal nutrition programs is actually enrolled. Unfortunately, the way we're doing things in New Hampshire now is leaving too many of our neighbors, including children, older adults, people with disabilities, just disconnected from the resources that already exist to help them. This bill before you, the Hunger Free New Hampshire Act, would help to feed more children meals in school and help to ensure that they are not hungry during the summer. It would also help more older adults and people with disabilities to connect to programs that help them avoid food insecurity. By making modest investments to leverage federal dollars and by removing barriers, we absolutely can end hunger in New Hampshire. This comprehensive anti-hunger legislation was crafted to remove barriers, to streamline program administration, and increase participation in this critical nutrition program. I want to thank the Departments of Education and Health and Human Services for all of their work on behalf of New Hampshire children and families and adults with disabilities, and for their partnership in this work. This bill has gone through extensive work in the Senate. You will see that is very different than as introduced. We were very thoughtful about prioritizing those areas that were most critical and identifying the sources of funding for those particular programs. I am not the expert in these various programs. There are certainly folks behind me that can speak to the importance and impacts of these programs and why some additional modest funds are necessary to leverage the additional dollars. With that said, I am happy to take questions and look forward to a continued conversation on Senate Bill 499. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Representative Popovici-Murlin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Senator Whitley, for
My
being
pleasure.
here. I just am trying to understand, the leaflet in front of me states a certain number of children in our state that face hunger. Is that the number of children that are considered to be food insufficient?
So that is data that are you talking about the over half of New Hampshire children? Well, 1 in 12. So that is data that has been provided by various surveys at the federal level. New Hampshire Hunger Solutions is here, and they are the ones that do a lot of the collection of that data, and they have on their website sort of.
I will then reserve my
So I think with them, they
questions
are
with
better
them,
to speak
absolutely.
to the data. Thank you very much
Absolutely.
for that.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Further questions from the committee? Representative Edwards.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's good seeing you again,
You
Senator.
too.
So I wonder if you think your bill goes far enough, because you've identified one of the social determinants of health, food, which is vital. There are other social determinants of health too. You mentioned electricity as a trade-off families are making. There's prescriptions, housing, clothing, transportation. Shouldn't we be doing those things also if we're going to be responsible for feeding everyone during the summer through the school system?
Thank you. I mean, of course, there are priorities that families have to make, and there are priorities that this legislature has to make. And to me, making sure that children are fed seems like a basic need, in my opinion. Thank you for the question.
Further questions from committee? Thank you, Senator.
Thank you very much.
Next call, Aubrey Friedman from Bridgewater. Now that I read your number right.
Mr. Chairman, committee members, Aubrey Friedman from Bridgewater. I speak in opposition to this bill. A few reasons, but my main thing is this is parents, when you are responsible for kids, providing food is one of your basic responsibilities. And we already have the problem with these government programs is when you start them, it started off the lunch program, then it's breakfast, then the COVID, they kind of, gave it to everybody. So that's a different thing. Now we're going into the summer, adding the summer, they expand and expand. Do parents not need, I'm surprised they don't have dinner. Maybe that'll be coming next. If you think about it, there's no end to it. Parents, if you are taking charge, if you choose to have children, or maybe some family situation occurs where you are, you're going to be guardians or whatever, it's your responsibility to provide for the needs of your family. And you've taken that on, and that's your response, not your neighbors, it's not taxpayers, it's yours. This bill expands on it's making people, would make families more dependent on government. We should be working the opposite to have people to be more independent, more self-sufficient, and to be able to be successful enough to provide for your family. So it moves in the wrong direction. That's the first thing. Now, as far as cost, the state part of it, there's a state part and a federal part. The state part, it's coming from taxes, so other taxpayers are going to be paying for it, which makes it more expensive for everybody. The federal part, that's the inflation tax. The federal government is pushing 35 trillion in the negative and increasing all the time. So if it's federal dollars, they're not free. It's actually all the citizens of the United States are contributing to that. There's nothing free here. Okay, now the thing with the school lunches and all that, from what I've heard, there's actually a lot of food is actually thrown away because the kids don't like it. So the thing is, if you pay for it, your parents pay for it, you are going to be more responsible and less likely to waste it. It makes me think of like going to a buffet. You don't pay anymore if you fill up your plate. So people tend to kind of leave some. But if you're paying for it exactly, you're not going to waste it. So that's how I see the expansion of this program. There's going to be a lot of waste. And from what I've heard of our student rep at the school board meetings, she complained about the school meals there and that the kids don't like it and they're throwing it away. Not all the time, but I think this would be encouraging waste. And lastly, I think actually childhood obesity is a bigger problem than hunger. Yes, there is hunger in New Hampshire. There's poverty. There's no question. But we have churches, we have food banks where people can go, and that's voluntarily given. Donations. That's the better way people feel more grateful, and not like when it becomes a government benefit, then it becomes like an entitlement or eventually a right. It's a right to food. So those are the problems I see with this bill, and that's why I oppose it.
Thank you, Mr. Friedman. Are there questions from committee members? Seeing none.
Thank you. Thank you.
Next call, Megan Braybeck from Newmarket. No, still to come.
Thank you, Chairman, Honorable Committee members. My name is Megan Braybeck. I live in Newmarket, New Hampshire, and I'm here today representing the thousands of Save the Children Action Network supporters across the state. SCAN is the advocacy arm of Save the Children, and we are building bipartisan support to make sure that every child has a strong start in life, and that includes working to end hunger right here in New Hampshire and across the country. I think we all agree that no child should go hungry in our state, and voters agree with that as well. In 2022, SCAN conducted polls of rural voters in which they shared that food prices are one of the biggest problems facing their families. And in the written testimony, I've linked to that poll, so you can see that in more depth online. Half of all of the parents polled said that they are struggling to afford food for their family, and a majority of the voters polled stated that they are worried that they might not be able to afford enough food to feed themselves and their family over the next year. And census data that has been mentioned, that's been shared by New Hampshire Hunger Solutions, shows the same story, finding that 42% of New Hampshire children lived in households that reported having insufficient food. Hunger is devastating for growing minds and bodies. Malnutrition stunts more than kids' development. It stunts their futures as well. Hungry children are more likely to struggle in class, repeat a grade, or miss school entirely. Without enough to eat, they may never reach their full potential. When children can grow up healthier and stronger, our economy and our nation grow healthier and stronger as well. SB 499 is a comprehensive and bipartisan anti-hunger legislation that will benefit folks across the state. I'm here to advocate for the Granite State kids who will be impacted by the legislation. Firstly, this bill will improve participation in school breakfast programs. According to a 2023 report from the Food Research and Action Center, 95,337 New Hampshire students ate school-provided lunch in the 21-22 school year. But fewer than half of those students also participated in a school breakfast, which puts us in the bottom 16 states in the country for this. This bill will address the issue by requiring schools with free and reduced percentages above 10% to offer breakfast at school. It also incentivizes the Breakfast After the Bell program, which allows kids to pick up breakfast and eat it during their first class, giving them more time to eat. Increasing participation in school breakfast brings in more federal dollars to support feeding kids. The second way this bill approaches child hunger is by ensuring access to school meals. It requires schools to allow online applications, which is helpful for busy parents. It also uses additional reimbursements as an incentive for schools to participate in the federal reimbursement programs, making it really an investment in childhood nutrition. And lastly, as mentioned, it would require the state to participate in summer EBT, which enhances access to food in between school years. Please vote ought to pass if you agree that every child deserves access to nutritious meals. Granite State kids are worth the investment. I'm happy to take questions, although I do think some of my colleagues in the back may be able to answer more of the specifics.
Representative McGuire for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for coming. Can you describe the summer program a little bit more? Exactly how does that get food to students?
I'm going to defer that to some of my colleagues who are more familiar with the nuances of the different programs. Sorry. I'm happy to look it up, though, if they can't answer.
Thank you for your testimony.
Thanks so much.
Next call on Sam Hawkins from NAMI, New Hampshire. 2 minutes.
Good afternoon, Chairman, members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Sam Hawkins. I'm the Public Policy Assistant at NAMI New Hampshire, the National Alliance on Mental Illness. NAMI New Hampshire is a nonprofit grassroots organization whose mission is to improve the lives of all people impacted by mental illness and suicide through support, education, and advocacy. On behalf of NAMI New Hampshire, I'm here today to speak in support of Senate Bill 499. A variety of complex factors contribute to an individual's mental health, but one key determinant is food security and hunger. When our basic needs are not met, it makes it more difficult to maintain all aspects of our health, including our mental health. In children especially, the connection between hunger and mental health is clear. A study published by the American Academy of Pediatrics found that severe hunger is associated with higher reported anxiety and depression among school-aged children, including reported rates of anxiety nearly double of that of children with no hunger. Just as food insecurity may affect mental health, one's mental health can also impact their ability to work and afford food for themselves and their families. Research by the Department of Agriculture found that adults with a mental health disability are up to 5 times more likely to live in a household that is food insecure. By addressing food insecurity and other social determinants of health, we have the opportunity to ensure that individuals and their families have the chance to get and stay well. SB 499 does just that. For these reasons, NAMI New Hampshire urges the committee to recommend OTP for Senate Bill 499. Thank you.
Thank you, and you have written testimony to leave with us.
Yes.
Appreciate it. Questions from committee. Representative Popovici Miller.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for being here to testify. Could you explain to me the difference between hunger and food insecurity?
Thank you very much for your question. I will defer that question to Hunger Solutions. I think
I will be
they'll
happy to
better
wait.
equipped
Thank you.
to answer that. Thank you.
Further from the committee. Well, since you've nominated that person, we'll call on next Laura Milliken from New Hampshire Hunger Solutions.
Thank you very much.
We're all working together, right?
I guess so. Good afternoon, Chairman Weiler and members of the committee. My name is Laura Milliken. I am the Executive Director of New Hampshire Hunger Solution. We're a nonpartisan, nonprofit organization advocating to end hunger in the state. I think that you've heard from others here that hunger is high in the state right now. Rising food, housing, and child care costs and many other costs are straining budgets of Granite Staters and making too many people food insecure. SB 499 invests general funds to leverage a high number of federal dollars to try to solve hunger. And they'll have a positive effect on New Hampshire's economy because particularly for SNAP, the dollars are provided, they can only be spent for food, they're spent in the local economy, the return on investment is high. There are 3 pieces that are currently funded in the bill. So the first is enabling children currently in the federal reduced price lunch category. Those are children whose families' incomes are between 130 and 185% of the federal poverty level. Those children would eat free meals. So for context, 185% of the federal poverty level means a family of 3 with a monthly income of $3,833. Right now, in New Hampshire, the median rent for a 2-bedroom apartment is $1,764, or 46% of that income. The median cost of childcare for a family with an infant is $1,140 a month, and that's 29% of the income of somebody who's at 185% of poverty. So you can see how families might have a hard time paying for meals. That leaves very little of their income for things like transportation, utilities, internet, clothes. So this bill invests a relatively small amount to be sure that folks under 185% of poverty, their children can eat free meals at school. The second part is enabling the state's participation in summer EBT, and there was a question about how that works. So it's a new federal program. The way that it works is that families whose children are eligible for free and reduced meals, which is also under 185% of poverty, the federal poverty level, would get an EBT card, just like SNAP. They could use those benefits only to buy food. It's $40 per child per month for each of the 3 summer months. So it's $120 per child per summer. And those are, just like SNAP, those are dollars that are immediately reinvested in the local economy. They're spent only on food at the grocery store or other local stores. Just skipping over things that have already been said. So, and I've provided in the information that I've passed out some estimates on the likely return on investment based on the new dollars coming in summer EBT. So we're talking about $4.5 million based on the number of kids who are currently in free and reduced price meals. We're talking about $4.5 million of federal dollars, new federal dollars that would come into the state. And the USDA estimates a return on investment on those dollars of between $1.50 and $1.80 per dollar invested in SNAP, and summer EBT would be the same. The third piece that is funded in the amendment is enabling New Hampshire's participation in the USDA's Elderly Simplified Application Project. And this would make it easier for people over 60 or people living with disabilities on fixed incomes to connect to the SNAP program. It has very low administrative costs, and in fact, other states report that it actually reduces state administrative costs once implemented, because people have to recertify less frequently. People on fixed incomes don't change, so they can recertify less frequently and less administrative cost. Also, other states have told us that when they started the program, more folks who are eligible for SNAP but not currently enroll in the program. So that also brings additional federal dollars into the state, and I provided some estimates about what the return on investment would be. So there are some other pieces in the bill that are not funded currently. You can see that they're funded at $1 unless federal dollars are available. So the bill really is about connecting eligible people to SNAP, bringing in federal dollars, and summer EBT, which works just the same as SNAP, and helping folks who are having a very tough time under 185% of poverty feed their kids. So again, every dollar spent on SNAP benefits generates $1.50 to $1.80 in economic activity, and every dollar spent on school meals is estimated to have a return of $2. The bill makes modest investments to leverage substantial federal dollars and provide a high return on investment. So I urge you to vote ought to pass on 499. And I'll take questions. Thank you so much.
Representative Popovici Mueller first.
You already know what I want to ask.
I can't wait. Thank you.
I mean, I already asked it. I thought you were listening, but for the record, could you explain the difference between people who are dealing with hunger and people who are categorized as food insufficient, please?
So
insecurity.
hunger is, and these are not, I'm not making these up. People, there are reams of writing on the subject. Hunger is generally thought to be a feeling that all of us have had at some time. Food insecurity is the sense that you're not going to be able to have enough food or enough nutritious food. I am happy to provide, and I think you've been sent our explanation of the Census Household Pulse data, which is what we report on our website, which asks people whether they've had enough to eat in the last 7 days or enough of the right kinds of food.
If I may follow up.
Follow up.
As I expressed in previous hearings on the topic, while dealing with not having enough food is a serious issue, the state should absolutely, do what it can to make sure that we do not have those issues. Food insufficiency seems to be a category that includes people who are dealing with not enough food and people who, and I quote loosely because I don't have it in front of me, the federal definition used by the census people, to be people who may have enough food, but they just don't have the kinds of food they like. Would that be a reasonable representation of that definition so we don't have to go to the website?
I don't think that is a reasonable, I think that it's true that the question is enough of but it's not the kinds of foods they like. It's the kinds of food that meet their nutritional needs. So, I think we're talking about, there are follow-up questions on the Census Pulse. They ask people why they didn't have enough of the right kinds of food. And and many of them say that it's because they couldn't afford to buy more food. So I think what is meant by that is that they're eating instant ramen instead of fruits and vegetables. We're talking about people's nutritional well-being across the board and not just whether they actually have something to put in their mouths.
I will yield the floor for a little bit while I go to the proper website so we have the accurate language in front of us.
Thank you. Representative Hull for a question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm sorry. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I apologize. So someone handed out this sheet here relative to SB 499, and it makes the claim that almost 22,000 children currently are facing hunger. Is that an accurate number?
Thank you for the question. I believe that was passed out by Senator Whitley, and she told me that is from Feeding America. They have a Map the Meal Gap site. Those that shows what the numbers are. Those are, and I'm going to get this wrong because I'm not. So I think that's based on the official food insecurity measure. That's, and I'll send the committee the explanation that explains the difference between food insufficiency and food insecurity, because it is confusing. It is.
That would be helpful because being hungry, right, is a feeling.
Yeah.
Food insecurity still might be in some part a feeling, but insufficient food, meaning BMIs that are below 15 or below 16, somewhere in that range where the person is clearly malnourished is a very different metric. And if we have 22,000 kids in the state that are malnourished, we should know about that, and you guys should provide that data.
Sure. Yeah. So we have been tracking the Census Household Pulse data, which asks the questions that I talked about with Representative Popovich-Mueller, because those are almost real-time data. People are, it's an online survey that is done monthly. There was a gap this winter when the census was revamping it, but it started up again in February. And so that's what we've been tracking. It's not that the other data aren't useful. They are, but they tend to be time-lagged.
So back to this large group or potentially large group, we're talking roughly 1/7 or thereabouts of the current school population in the state. We've got about 165,000 kids. So roughly 1/7, 1/8.
Yeah.
That's 1 out of every 8. I would be very concerned if 1 out of every 8 kids is lacking subsistence and is malnourished. So let's use terms that are like definitive in nature, right? Malnourished is a real category. right? Feeling hungry is a real category, but one requires interaction, one might not.
Yeah, I mean, I think that, you know, and I wish we had a way of reaching out to families and finding out, you know, who's hungry, who's being turned away at school, who's, you know, having a hard time concentrating at school because they can't eat. And we don't have those data. What we have is the census pulse, household pulse data, and then we have the American Community Survey data, which is a little bit lagged, which is, I think, what is the basis for Feeding America's food insecurity numbers. So, I mean, we do have data that shows that there are hungry children in New Hampshire, that there are families that are having a hard time making ends meet. So that's what I would say.
Okay.
Oh,
Representative-
I apologize. I was after Rep. Telerski.
See, I think I've got Representative Wallner, Representative McGuire,
Then
Representative Heath.
I'll go to the end of the line.
Okay.
I'll be very quick. I'll be very quick. I guess just to branch off of what Representative Hull said, wouldn't you say the point of this legislation is to meet children before they are malnourished and before they get to that point of major health crisis? And that's what the point of this is?
I would.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Representative Wallner for the question.
Thank you. Could you talk a little bit about the part of this bill that deals with the elderly and the SNAP benefits? How many adults now, elderly adults now, or disabled adults now are on SNAP? What do we anticipate this might do? And what does it mean that the department shall apply for?
So the Elderly thank you for the question, Representative. The Elderly Simplified Application Project is a set of waivers through the U.S. Department of Agriculture that allow for different recertification timing, a different for people on fixed incomes who are over 60 or are living with disabilities. So the thinking is that because those folks' incomes don't change, they shouldn't have to recertify as often as other people on SNAP. That makes it easier for the state to administer the program. They still have to report if their income does change, by the way. But assuming that it does not change, then they recertify less frequently, every 3 years. So that both makes it easier for administration for the state, and it makes it easier for people who are living with fixed incomes to stay on the program as they need to.
I have a follow-up. So we have to get a waiver from Health and Human Services, the federal.
My understanding is that it's an application for the program that New Hampshire would
And
have
we
to.
do have
But I
someone
but I
from
assume that
DHHS.
my colleagues from DHHS would be able to answer that question better
Thank
than
you.
I.
Okay. Representative Heath.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This legislation is really important for my city of Manchester. We have growing numbers of elderly citizens who are finding their way actually into homeless shelters because the cost of rent is so high. And for them, it's almost impossible for them to try and negotiate rents and try and pay for any kind of food. So again, this would be absolutely necessary. In terms of what's most near and dear to my heart are my schools in Manchester and the number of schools who pretty much reach about between 95 and almost 100% children who are eligible for free and reduced lunch meals. And this bill would be so important because it would bring to them the possibility of something to eat during the summer. And it's so critical because one of the things as an educator we always worried about the most was what happens to these children in the summer because there's nobody to bring them food. But from what from the research, if we don't pass this bill, is it true that we'd leave 37,329 children on free and reduced lunch meals in New Hampshire without food during the summer months?
Thank you for the question. That is the number of children currently on the free and reduced meals. And there isn't currently a program that meets their needs directly. There are some summer meal programs throughout the state, but there are definitely geographic gaps. This program, because it would send an EBT card directly to the family, would more directly ensure that families are able to feed their kids in the summer.
I just want to thank you and Senator Whitley for working on this bill together. I think it's just so important. And I'm sure the city of Nashua has many of the same circumstances that we see in the city of Manchester. Thank you.
Thank you.
Senator Edwards for a question, then we're waiting to hear from the food bank and also from the Department of Health and Human Services.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to let people know that on April 23rd at 1 o'clock, we're going to have a working session on this. It's going to be a combined session with Division 3 and Division 2. And Mr. Ripple, I propose that we do the first 30 minutes of it just looking at this fiscal note, because this fiscal note just confuses me. I cannot interpret it. And so before we get into the rest of the bill and the value of the bill, I just want to understand the money that's here. And I don't think this witness is here to tell us about the money or if there's anyone here, but I'm really confused by this fiscal note. So that's for the committee, and that's for, what I think we need to do to break this down.
Sure, and just so the committee knows, there will be yet another version of the fiscal note coming out because it was amended by the Senate twice, and the one you had before you only reflects the first of those amendments. So there'll be a new version coming out this afternoon or tomorrow morning.
Thank you.
And Mr.
Representative
Chair,
Constantino.
I would be perfectly happy to defer some of these questions for that, work session if New Hampshire Hunger Solution will be there, just to respect how late it is in the day and the fact that we do. And plus, I want to give you a fair heads up of exactly what I'm looking to ask, so we have plenty of time to prepare and, we can get everything answered and, clarified. So I'll be happy to defer until then.
All right, there's no further questions. Thank you for your testimony. We'll look forward to you
Thank
on
you very
April
much.
23rd. Next one from the New Hampshire Food Bank. I'm not quite able to read the last name. Is it Tiffany Sweat? Got it right. Okay.
Yes, that's correct.
Welcome.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Tiffany Sweat, and I'm the Culinary and Nutrition Programs Director at the New Hampshire Food Bank. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today in support of SB 499. The New Hampshire Food Bank, as many of you are probably aware, is a program of Catholic Charities New Hampshire and is the only food bank in the state. We work with more than 400 partner agencies to provide food and resources to our neighbors facing food insecurity. Over the years, we've seen at the food bank a growing number of partner agencies looking to meet the increasing demand for emergency food resources in their community. In 2023, we distributed 16.3 million pounds of food throughout the state, a number that continues to grow each year. As part of the charitable food system, we rely on generous private donations and grant funding in order to operate, which poses limitations to the growing need that we're seeing in the state. According to Feeding America, I'm going to throw out a couple statistics too, sorry, some of them you've heard, but Feeding America's Map the Meal Gap, 8.5% of New Hampshire's children are food insecure, meaning that these children don't have reliable access to appropriate quantities and quality of food that they need to meet their basic needs. This equates to more than 21,000 kids in New Hampshire. These numbers are based on data from 2021, and we suspect that current numbers are much higher after support ended that was in place during COVID. The increasing number of school pantries and backpack programs being established throughout the state exemplifies the need for increased access to food for those 21,000 plus children. Currently, the food bank partners with 59 school pantries and backpack programs. More than 675,000 pounds of food has been distributed through these programs in 2023, and that's a 37% increase from 2022. Adequate access to food positively impacts a child's health. There's research that shows that it decreases obesity. It leads to a better learning environment, improves dietary intake, and ultimately reduces food insecurity. Our New Hampshire children are the future of our state. Investing in the expansion of federal nutrition programs, including summer EBT and free and reduced meals at school, is not only an investment in the future of our children, but also their communities and our state as a whole. In addition to expanding these federal nutrition programs for children within SB 499, I don't want to leave out the major impact that adopting the elderly simplified application would have on our New Hampshire seniors with fixed incomes. This application could reduce some of the administrative burden on New Hampshire's Department of Health and Human Services and simplify the process for older adults to apply for SNAP benefits, which we know is a barrier. By funding these programs, we'll be improving the infrastructure that provides our most vulnerable populations with access to sufficient, safe, nutritious food that they need in order to maintain a healthy and active life. Please join me in reducing food insecurity by passing SB 499. Happy to take any questions you have.
Questions from committee members? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
Okay, thank you.
All right, next, hear from Karen Hebert from Department of Health and Human Services.
Good afternoon. My name is Karen Hebert. I'm the Director for the Division of Economic Stability at the Department of Health and Human Services.
And I'm Brian Clark, General Counsel for the Division of Economic Stability.
And Mr. Clark, will you fill out a pink card when you're finished? Not right now.
Okay.
I apologize, I should have added his name to it. So I can certainly answer questions that any of the members of the committee have with respect to either the elderly simplified application process or summer EBT. I will leave the rest of the provisions of the bill to my colleagues from the Department of Education.
Questions for Ms. Hebert, Representative Wallner, then Representative McGuire.
So I would like to know what the process is for New Hampshire to be able to do the simplified application. And do we know now how many elderly and disabled fall in that how many do we have presently on receiving SNAP benefits? And would you see this as a way of that there would be increased participation? And this is all federal, the benefit is all federal. Is that correct?
That is correct. It is a federal benefit. The Elderly Simplified Application Program is a program that states can essentially be requesting from the U.S. Department of Agriculture as a waiver to implement this program specifically for older adults and people with disabilities who have no earned income. That ballpark estimate number of individuals who may qualify for that would be about 7,000 people. This would allow the state to streamline the application process and help more people to benefit from SNAP assistance. It would ease their access in applying for those services for older adults and people with disabilities who may have mobility or difficulty accessing online applications. So essentially, one of the features of this particular program would enable a longer duration of time for a benefit before it needs to be a redetermination needs to be made, so that they don't have to every year reapply with the same verification forms and obtain verification documentation to show that they're still eligible. So the benefit duration would be longer. That would also save the state from having to process those as well. We do believe that it would provide for an increase in participation because it would eliminate some of the barriers to participating in the program.
Further question?
No, thank you.
Representative McGuire.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thanks for coming. I've always thought that food stamps are a 100% federal program, but this bill has a $12 million general fund cost. And what part of that is wrong?
So yes, the SNAP program, the benefit itself is 100% federally funded. But I believe that there are other costs associated with this bill that are part of the provisions for the New Hampshire Education Department and not ones that I can speak to. I'm happy to speak to the cost associated with the summer EBT program or the simplified application.
Thank you, Mayor.
Follow up?
You want to answer my question? or
No.
No, okay. All right. So along those lines, we heard that this raises the eligibility to 185% of poverty. What is it now?
So for the summer EBT program, is that what you're referring to, or either one of them?
Yeah. How about just for SNAP in general?
For SNAP in general, for the general population, the eligibility goes up to 200% of federal poverty level.
Okay.
So, however, for the summer EBT program, the eligibility is for children who are also eligible for the National School Meals Program. That income limit, as I understand it, is 185% federal poverty level. The summer EBT program is purposely a separate program from SNAP. There are similarities, there are similar objectives. However, to administer the program, it is a very separate program from SNAP.
Just one more. So, so then anybody who is eligible for summer EBT is also eligible for SNAP. Is that right?
They absolutely could apply for SNAP and be eligible for SNAP as well. So we see this as certainly the possibility of increasing the utilization of SNAP benefits if we were to attract others by way of the summer EBT program.
Thank you.
You have further, Representative Wallner?
Well, I know we're getting another fiscal note, yet another one. But does the department know what kinds of one-time expenditures you would need to do the EBT card?
Yes. Would you like me to review
Yes,
that?
that'd be great.
Okay. So for one-time stand-up, I'll refer to it as stand-up costs. There are costs associated with the electronic benefit transfer vendor. They are in charge of the card, basically. So they would need to make a system change, and as I understand it, that is a one-time expense of $23,000. We would also need to change our random moment sample system with respect to the allocation of time that staff spend on administering the summer EBT program versus a SNAP program, because it would be the same eligibility staff. So there's a $15,000 one-time fee for changes to that particular system. There is also a one-time system change, well, there's actually two, for the eligibility and enrollment integrated eligibility system known as New Heights. That particular system, in order to stand up a program that would distribute a benefit for the summer of 24, because it is the summer of 24 that the U.S. Department of Agriculture has established this program to begin. That we would be looking at a one-time cost of $110,000 just for system changes that would support a distribution of that benefit for the summer of 24. However, That being said, there are a number of flexibilities that the federal government is offering to states in order to stand up a program for a summer of 24 benefit. So they're allowing states to apply for waivers for certain flexibilities of a number of the requirements they have in order to stand up this program. But those requirements will end up being in place for the summer of 25 distribution benefit. So the requirements to meet those requirements, there are system changes that need to be made. Those system changes, just look at the total for that, is $1,320,000. So for a summer of 24 benefit, the state would be seeking $110,000 just to be able to implement that benefit. We are asking the federal government that we utilize an already established program that is in place in which we distributed the pandemic EBT benefit. You may remember that. As long as we're able to use that particular process that we already had built, we can distribute a summer of 24 benefit. We are asking the Food and Nutrition Services to approve that plan. However, we will not have the same waivers for a summer of 25 benefit. We will be expected to meet all of the requirements for this particular program, which come with additional system changes. Also one time, but at a higher price, that being the $1,320,000.
Further?
I just had a question. Do you see this as a program that will continue on so that if New Hampshire made that investment, it would be something that would be it would cover us for many years?
That would be the intent, yes.
Thank you.
Further questions from committee members? Representative Telersky.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. The figures you just outlaid, is that the bulk of the changes in the new fiscal note, or do you anticipate anything else? I don't know if Mr. Ripple can answer that.
Oh, no, feel free.
The HHS component of the new fiscal note isn't going to change. It's really the DOE part that'll change as a result of the second Senate amendment. So the table that you see at the end of the fiscal note is still accurate. And I think some of the numbers that you just referenced include the federal component as well. So that's the total share. The state share is reflected here in the fiscal note.
Thank you. That's a very important point. Yes. So my numbers are really the total cost of that, but the federal government will pay for 50% reimbursement of those expenses.
Anything further? Seeing none. Thank you. Representative Heath.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Because of this investment, what do you anticipate will be the return in monetary services for people in our state?
So if I understand your question, thank you. We are anticipating that this will benefit over 30,000 children in the state. So, for a benefit of $120 for a summer period for over 30,000 children, that is basically the intent of that benefit. Does that answer your question? Thank you.
Any further questions from committee members? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
And I guess I've got a sign-in sheet I'm going to look at. And members, next Tuesday, this is fairly recent. I can't remember the name of the bill, but wait a minute. 406. 406 recently got handed to us, so we're going to have a full committee on 10 o'clock, Tuesday the 23rd. For the full committee, then Division 2 will have a meeting at 11.
No, not on 406.
On 296, 396, whatever it is. Is that right?
Division 2.
Division 2,
Division 2 is at 11,
11. Division 3 is at 1.
along with Division 2. May I?
Go ahead.
Okay, so 406 is the new thing. We're going to look at 406, as I understand it, Tuesday morning in full finance. Then after Division 2 and 3 has had their joint hearing on 499, Division 3 will become a single committee again, dealing with 406 in our first work session. So next Tuesday, the 23rd, is a big 406 day for Division 3.
And we'll add 406 to Division 2 at 11 as well.
Also at 1 for Division 2.
No, we're meeting 11.
We're meeting at 11.
So what, full finance at 10, we'll meet at 11 on 406 and
499.
and 499. No, no. You're
Show up and we'll point it out.
You're joint with 499.
Yes, we're doing 396 and 406 at 11.
Thank you. All right, for this bill, sign-in sheet 499. Representative Heath.
Then I wanna
From
add-
Stratford is in favor. Representative Bodie, NTWEU, is in favor. Elizabeth O'Brien is in favor. Representative Timothy Horrigan is in favor. Nancy Vaughn is in favor, and Dawn McKinney, New Hampshire Legal Assistance, in favor. And this, without further discussion,
Correction, Division 2 is not involved in 406. I'm sorry, it was assigned to Division 3.
okay, but you'll be here for the full committee, okay. Any further questions? I thank you all for your patience and for being present, and we'll close the hearing on this bill.
Yeah, how do you get to Buchanan, Tennessee? That's what's important.
How do you get to be what?